Alrighty. Welcome in, everybody, to episode 8 of Finding Truth podcast here on the Unscripted Truth TV channel on YouTube. I'm Logan here with Austin once again, and we're past the pivotal day in America. We still haven't really reached inauguration yet, but close as you can get. The biggest event since or before then, and of course we had uh, Mr. MAGA winning, got Trump, doing fulfilling his Grover Cleveland duties, fulfilling his Ronald Reagan duties. Uh, you had, pretty much a wash. So it's like all that, propaganda they feed you. It's really just to get in your head and make it as devastating as possible for you and as elating as possible for the victors. So, because what does that do? It gives you the most division between you and your neighbor. And I think that's something we might have missed last week because I just talked too much. I got to talking too much, and I have been nothing but on the Trump thing. All my research points to Trump. All Zach's research, I already know it's Trump. I know it's Trump, but there was this this weird thing. It's like when you're gambling, it's kind of like there's this weird pull to do like the thing that you aren't doing at the end. You'd be like, oh no, you should flip it now. Now is the time to flip it, and you'll hit. So it was like it's just not that it matters either way to me. It's just really which agenda is going to play out and how are they going to play it. To me, it's just puppets on strings, so it doesn't really matter whether my thought of my prediction lands or not. It's just you know we talked about it at length, and either one could have played out. Basically, was our take on it, but uh, I did pretty much guess or whatever that Kamala would do it. Not that I got caught up in the propaganda, really, just that in my personal life, it has a lot to do with like kids and school and uh, certain things like that, in like the financial sector, like real estate and stuff that I've been looking at lately. And I just didn't see America wanting to let go of that grip they have on the populace being okay with inflation basically and giving out money for war and all these stuff just because they have this guilt sense. So I didn't, I'm talking about like tropes and how they play these things out. But anyway, we're a week away from that now, or a few days after that now. So we're gonna go over, a few obviously some rebounding thoughts and what we see moving forward. That's going to be I think a prominent topic on today's episode. But before then, I think we're going to get into a little bit of sports. I know Austin here has been paying attention to the NASCAR Cup Series, which they just had another race today with a big finish. That's worth talking about. I know maybe not as exciting as the last one with the controversy, but yeah. Without further ado, let's send it on over to Austin. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. For sure that we're talking about the NASCAR race last week, the controversy, the massive rigging and everything, and how staged that was, and how that was kind of becoming a thing here later in the season with the playoffs. And I like to do that, say who's in, say who's out, get who they want. Um, Last week, obviously William Byron at the end there, he had that 47 on his hat. Uh, which is very interesting. Today after the race, it was Ryan Blaney that had the 47 on his hat. And of course, Joey Logano wins the championship today, wins his third, and Joey Logano equals 47. And it's interesting that he would be the guy to win his third, kind of matching with what's going on. The guy who's kind of winning the most is kind of just going to win it. Chiefs as well today stay undefeated. Then Trump, obviously wins the selection. He equals 47. So I thought all that was pretty interesting, and just the way they're kind of going about everything, just kind of scripting things a certain way to it was weird too, because in the two series under the main NASCAR series, in the two divisions, the Xfinity and the Truck Series. The 98 Ford won. So you had the 98 Ford truck win, the 98 Ford car win, and then you had the 22 win. So all Ford manufacturers won the championship this year. I thought that was pretty interesting. Having that Ford dominance. And it's interesting too, the people that were in it, obviously, Blaney, Byron, and Reddick, with their numbers, Reddick with the 45 and, William Byron driving the 24, Jeff Gordon's old car. And then you had the guy who won it last year, Ryan Blaney, back in it. And to me, it they just really, and that's the reason Joey Logano won. It was just the matching fit today. The guy that, they were going to have win it. Had to get the Ford in there 1-2 to continue that Ford dominance.
I did not know his middle name was Thomas. His last name is very similar to my first name, and then his middle name is my last name. Interesting. May 24th. Oh, and he's born the same year as me. Guess I should have known that by the 34 years old, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, May 24th. What a day. Day Paul Gray died. It's interesting.
And you were saying, as far as you were saying it was Ryan Blaney who won last race, correct?
Yeah, he won the last race, then he won the championship last year, and then Logano won in 2022 again.
I think I was able to pull it up. I don't know if this would work. Doesn't seem to. It's like this interview, I think, or maybe one of these other ones, but he's got a 47. It's just a small one, and it's on the left side, just above the brim of his hat.
Yeah, I was on the post race after the race
There we
today. I
go.
put that on.
Oh, no, shut up.
Just like William Byron last week.
Absolutely, yeah. If you guys can't see that right there, the 47 on his hat. Then you get, of course, Joey Logano, whose name equals 47, winning this week, right after the 47th presidential election. Very interesting. I don't know about the other numbers. Obviously, the 119 stands out just a little bit, but without any context, I won't speak on that just right away. I know that 119 and 47 goes together with something else, though. I can't remember what it was, so it might not have anything to do with it. But yeah. And then you were saying the William Byron also donned the 47 hat.
Yep, that was last week.
Gotcha. Guess he wore that too. It's probably going to be pretty hard to find necessarily that hat with him being famous. Oh, there we go. Is it something like that? Or is he with like relay racing? No, probably not. Oh no, I remember because he was wearing the LU hat. That university that we looked up. Well, take our word
Yeah,
for
it was the Martinsville post race last week.
Martinsville. I guess they have that on like most of their hats because they got it on the pods one as well. But yeah, just a interesting little tidbit there. We see them, touch their hat, right, at the beginning of their action. Oh, hey, how was the race out there? Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, you know, so, and then they zoom in on the hat. I mean, look at this picture. Like, it's like pretty well zoomed in order to show that 47 right there. And we know how they do it with sports, and when it comes to getting their numbers in, whether or not it's an iconic photo of basketball, and then in the background it shows the shot clock at a certain number. It's like, well, were they taking a picture of the foreground or the background here? Because the background seems to have some interesting numbers going on. But yeah, you got this Joey Logano winning, and these are household names. I would assume. I would say like Joey Logano is potentially, just based on I'm not any kind of big fan of NASCAR, or like been a watcher of it at all, like I've said, but I hear about him a lot. I've heard, when I used to watch Sports Center or whatever, so I know he's a pretty winning kind of guy. And so yeah, what do you see moving forward here? What are the tells?
Well, it's really interesting how, like I said, it's been, Penske win it 3 years in a row with the Fords, and Logano getting the two of the last three, and um, I think it's they're kind of maximizing with the rituals right now, kind of is what I see. Because it's that, like I said, that it's interesting that Daytona 500, the next race, the season gets started in February. Again, it's a short season, but then you have inauguration day, January 20th. Before then, so this was the final race uh, until 2025, till we get into February. So what I think was kind of the telltale sign is, um, with it's kind of like with Trump winning, and Trump, equaling 47. It's, to me, it's just more power for the ritual. Um, Again, getting all the 47s in there, because 47 is just it's just like the biggest number, and it's like they have to really show the 47 as much as they can, and they've had it in all key situations. Last week with the hat, and this week, still on the hat, but Logano winning it, and he equals. Because I thought it might have been William Byron or Ryan Blaney that won it, but I think I think it's just queuing in for the ritual, to what's coming and what they want to do. Obviously, Trump with the 45, 47 hat going along with all of this, so there's huge overlap with that.
Yeah, I can't imagine. From our points of view, there, a lot of people say there are no coincidences. Well, this is more than just not a coincidence. It's definitely something to look at. Something that was an obvious tell as well. And with our hindsight glasses on, of course, we're able to look back and see that, the that post interview with him grabbing his hat with the 47 on it. Then the next winner of the winner of the next race is name equals 47. You know, right after the 47th election of the guy whose name equals 47. It's like these are the things that we need to have. That it helps to have a good like basis for your frame of thought for the ritual. That way you can kind of have, instead of having nothing but hindsight, have some foresight and be able to, clearly predict, if you will, these types of things. Not necessarily so you can say, "Oh, hey, I know who's going to win the next race." But speaking of race, it's that's the other joke, is that this is the a NASCAR race, and then you have the presidential race, and a 47 win wins both of them, and it was the 47th president. So, or not 47th president, but 47th, whatever, uh, election. Uh, but yeah, this is, compiling, knowing now to look for, look at how they use these numbers in their rituals. They put them on, this is predictive programming. They put them on the hats on both sides. You got the Trump wearing the 47 hat. You got the NASCAR winners wearing the 47 hats. Clearly, they're dog whistling to the people who know exactly what they're looking at when they're watching these faux rigged sports. Yeah, I think the true excitement for uh, the rulers and the ruling class is really just the how much we bite and how much we're willing to uh, get hooked so easily into these uh, obvious ploys to keep us really from seeing what's really right in front of our faces. They put it so centered in front of our face that we react by, and then we react by looking right past it, right, only to, what's the flashiest thing, or people's uh mental abilities and their ability to stay focused on something for longer than 10 minutes is so, their attention spans are so poor that it, they all it takes to, hide something in plain sight is, you know a, a flashy thing for just a moment on the screen, and they'll forget about the thing that was just front and center, right, and that they were trying to show you.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't be any more in your face with the 47s. And like I said, Trump versus the 45, 47. Tyler Reddick was in the championship four. He finished fourth in the championship four, and he drives the 45. So all the numbers were represented very well. And, William Byron drives the 24. It's 2024. He won Daytona 500. So you had pretty much, you couldn't have had more of a mocker. You had pretty much everything there. Uh, Again, the guy that won it last season, but Blaney, being in the mix, Logano winning it. And it's like, and Joey Logano, I think he's, because it's his third championship, I think he's like in the 10th all time, tied 10th all time at the most for three, because the most is obviously seven, like a lot of sports. They always stop at seven.
Mhm.
So in between there, you have the four or the seven. So you kind of got the 47 right there as well. He's four away. And it's interesting too, because like I said, it's 2025 is coming, and it's we're all kind of wondering what's going to happen. And it's like, and now you have this this obvious kind of you know Ford or um, Penske takeover. Them winning three in a row, and Ford winning every championship this year, all three in the '98 car, in the '98 truck, winning the other two races. So it's kind of interesting right now. It's like they're kind of choreographing things in a more stronger way, I guess, because it's just kind of the same thing across the board. Just really, usually you don't really get things quite like this. So it's to me, to me, we're like in the midst of just this massive uh, ritual, and they have to have all the numbers, and they have to do things a specific way, because I think things are just, everything is aligning to be, as ridiculous as it is, just like with, the Chiefs winning today, and the Chiefs, staying undefeated, with that the block kick there at the end. Got to get the, you got to get them that win, so they got to stay undefeated. So once again, here we are. They're sitting 9-0, and half the season so far is over, and they're still undefeated. So you pretty much see where it's going. I look at them to win the Super Bowl, or at least be in it. So I mean, it's just I've just never seen. We're just in this really weird time with everything. It's, and then obviously Mahomes, uh, voting for Trump. pushing the Trump agenda. Obviously the Chiefs were red, like the Republican red. So it's obvious. Just look at all the people behind Trump. I mean, it's all the same people. It's all these, all these clowns on the world stage, billionaires, millionaires, people that are top of the line. So, that's all you're going to get on a stage. Elon Musk with the dark MAGA, or you're going to get Danica Patrick, or you're going to get the Mahomes, because you can't go against Mahomes. You can't go against Taylor Swift. Swift just raking in the money, raking in the billions.
I mean, just look at this. Let me check out my football game. I'm a brawny man, and I want to know what my sports team did tonight. Oh, Taylor Swift. Oh, not Taylor Swift. Not Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. It's like, oh, okay. And just like, I thought that was quite funny. I mean, it's not even. It's like the headline is Taylor Swift, whereas the next one is about the game and the crazy play that what men's going to be looking like. Oh, what did Taylor Swift say this game? I got to get home so I can check. No, they want to know, like, they probably only heard it or weren't able to watch it. So they're going on here to look at the highlights of the crazy play, not to see Taylor Swift. But, that it is what it is. It's just, oh my gosh. Anyway. But yeah, I did in real time. I think we were talking just a little bit before. And I don't know if, was it Football Reference? Let's see if I can type in something pretty vague here. How many blocked, or maybe just blocked field goal attempts this season? Nope. Okay, maybe I have to figure out a better way to. Maybe there's just like under their tabs. I don't use this very often. I probably should. Blocked kicks. Otherwise, I don't really know how to look that up unless I look up like it would go in the books as a missed field goal for a kicker.
Yeah, you might be able to Google it too.
Yeah, I'll just try Googling it. I just figured like this would be like accurate. Only to prove the point that I don't think that it's so common that it could happen at such a pivotal moment in a game like this. Many blocked field goal attempts. There were only 19 all of last year. What about this year? I guess we can add it up if it has this. I don't need it per game. I need just the actual number. And then they don't have a totals at the bottom. Jeez.
Like, go figure there'd be 19 last year.
Well, let's just go off of last year, I guess, since, oops. Where did that say that? I don't even remember where that, oh, here we go. Yeah, just 19. And, you can almost make an argument for the block extra points. I just because they have to, technically, they have to, angle it up and kick it a different way, I guess. But not that I think that would really be that big of a problem. But But yeah, just 19 blocked field goals all year, all season last year. I guess figuring that out is like how many decided the game. Nope. Damn, I really thought that this would be like a track stat. What the
No,
heck?
I would too.
I mean, if you're a fan of football or if you watch it enough, you know that this is like you can count on your hands in your lifetime probably or on your hand how many times a blocked anything has decided a game, like truly decided the game. No, I'm not saying missed field goal. I'm talking about that they do that crap all the time. They love doing that. But actual blocked one, it's just like exceedingly rare. And then for the team that's 8-0 to be on the receiving end of the block, or of making the block to win the game, that's just like you can only take so much.
Yeah.
Well, just like it's just like how they're just gonna pour it on. I just know, and everybody's just like, "Woo, yeah!" I'm sure it's like the only people that should be potentially convinced of this are probably diehard Chiefs fans, because good luck telling them. But everyone else should be highly skeptical of things like this happening as often as they happen in the NFL. I mean, the list can go on and on. You got the Seahawks, throwing the ball when they have the running back with the best um, red zone touchdown percentage, the best one for a Super Bowl, and it's just who's the recipient of the Super Bowl victory if we don't make this play? Tom Brady? No, it can't be. You just can't. There's certain things where it's just like, oh, if it's just like some nobody team where it just goes down in history, and no, this is Tom Brady's on the sideline doing nothing to earn this Super Bowl ring, and he gets it because you throw a pick, and just it's just insane. I mean, Russell Wilson, the one of the best running quarterbacks, along with the best red zone running back, Marshawn Lynch. Let's throw the ball at the 2-yard line when we still have plays and still have time on the clock. Let's do that in the Super Bowl to lose instantly. And it goes on and on. They love to do it in big games. I love to do it in relatively prime time. I mean, this wasn't necessarily a prime time game; it was an early morning game, but still, it's a headlining game. I mean, every time the Chiefs play, it's a headlining game. But it's a divisional game, and you have it's a huge deal for sports fans when they get their divisional games, because that has huge playoff implications, as they like to say. Implications. I always hated that they always say there's implications to this game. Shut up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when I saw this come on at work, and when Denver was up like 14-3, and I was just like, nope, I already know. I didn't have some time to sit there and watch it. I leave pretty early on Sunday, but I just knew Chiefs were going to win that game, just because I was like, that's how they do it. These Denver fans are going to be like, we got this in the bag. We got it. And I didn't know they were going to do it in that fashion. But when I heard about it, I was like, oh, no wonder.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if the Chiefs go 10-0. I mean, when are they possibly going to lose at this point? It's just
Guess we can watch it. I mean, look at that. It's like, it's one thing to say. It's like it's such a weird thing. I guess you would be excited, but it's like such a weird way to win. You practically It's like, how do I equate this? It's like it wouldn't feel good to win that way. You would imagine it wouldn't feel good to win that way.
it's kind of like William Byron last week, the way he got put in the
Oh
final
yeah, there
four.
you go. That's a great. Yeah, he got put there because somebody else got DQ'd.
Yep.
It's like by all means, you pretty much lost the game. That what do you have, like a 30 something yard kick? It looked like 35 yards, 35-yard attempt. That's a gimme. That's actually like easier than an extra point kick, according to
Yeah.
kickers. Just because it's easier when you have some room to aim the ball than it is to like because anyway, stupid. I'm sure that there's numbers here uh, to decode and to decipher.
Yeah, Mahomes definitely knew the script. He's run on the field like he's a 5-year-old child, just like, wee, look at me, look at
Oh
me.
yeah, that's his character he plays. He
Yeah.
doesn't he wears the same underwear. He doesn't change his underwear. He's a little kid. He acts like a little kid.
And it looks like they're just playing at recess.
Like 43 got it. Is that what they're saying? Just all the angles that don't show it. Sick. Got Lutz like Klutz kicking it.
Yeah.
Just for posterity. Leo Chanel. Leo, huh? What a normal name.
42.
Keeping the black quarterback perfect this season. Got the 75 like order out of chaos, which is, interesting.
Yeah, the Chiefs can't win because Taylor Swift's gonna have a meltdown if that happens.
Yep. Got to keep her happy,
Yep.
happy, happy wife, happy life type of deal. Hmm. Trying to think if there's any like esoteric thing off the top I can think of about like a Leo. I don't know much about astrology, but I wouldn't be surprised to find we're in like Leo or something. We're in what sign are we in? Capricorn, okay.
Yeah, Leo's July into August.
Okay. Well, worth a check with a name like that. It's
Yeah.
worth seeing what they're playing at here. What's just Leo? 49, like they're on 4th and 9.
Yeah.
Hmm. But yeah, just improbable. Never mind necessarily the details that, are I'm sure apparent in this game if we were to, go over it. It's just another, heartbreaker for one team. And yeah, I mentioned it just about like the election. You got these at the start of it, you got the, people are, celebrating getting to watch the meltdowns on the other side. Well, that's your neighbor, so your neighbor hates you and you hate your neighbor. This isn't going to end well. This is we're fulfilling the roles they want us in, and through these clandestine apps that show us nothing but might as well be AI generated bots showing us how to react to everything. And what do? We just fall right in line. We oh, punch our TV. Trump won. Punch our TV. Oh, the Chiefs won. We were about to win. Just keep us in the same mental vibration all the time. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, or it's just down, down. It's it's all fake. We don't get excited for the things we should be excited for. Uh, we don't praise scholarship or, real scholarship or truth or anything like that. It's all got to be flashy. It's all got to be, you know, colorful. It's all got to be sexy or whatever. It's all got to be lewd. We praise all these crazy systems and keep them afloat all while deteriorating under them. We don't see the toll it takes on us until probably it's too late, or you never see it at all, and that's just another fat slob loved one who loved their football and just oh man, he had such a big heart, and it's like no, that thing was massive because he had like pulmonary issues, bro. He's been eating nachos 4 days a week. He pre-gaming every Sunday. Guys, come on. So we get sucked into these systems, and it's like it's for me it's almost like people say you can't speak on things unless you're part of it type of thing. Well, it's like I used to be pretty addicted to sports. I speak on this a little bit, but addicted as in nah, I'll just leave it at that. I think I said the same thing last time I mentioned this, but yeah, addicted. I let it take up a lot of my time, a lot of my energy. I was never too much into spending a lot of money. Luckily, I've never been too affluent in that way to give them a bunch of all my riches. But I think that's another part of it. It's like these sports are for poor people. It's one thing to go have a beer and like hang out with the guys, like a stockbroker would like go hang out with the guys and enjoy the game. Whereas like the poor people in the group, that is their week. That makes the game makes their like week, not it's a weird thing. It's just like depending on which level of life you're on, sports and these systems hit you differently, but you can just tell they're designated for the poor. Look at the commercials. Look at you know, they if you ever try to go, I've been to one football game. It was actually a free game. We had to all the airfare. It was Seahawks versus the 49ers at the 49ers at Levi Stadium. But we had, my sister won tickets and me and her husband, my brother-in-law went, and airfare was provided, all that stuff, and the hotel and everything. But man, that was not enough. We probably needed a gift, like a debit card or something, because we went into the stadium. First beer. I mean, we're talking time. This is back when I drank too, so this is quite some time ago. I don't drink anymore, but like just like the tiny aluminum beers, $20 a pop. And soda, $15, a hot dog, $15 or more. And it's just like you have these people who probably save up to get their families there. You bring, let's say you average 3 to 4 people, and you're not getting free tickets like we got. Oh boy. Oh boy. Like you might have fun that day, but after that adrenaline rush or after that dopamine kick, you're going home and you're just like, holy crap, that was like a paycheck and a half. And we're behind on the electric bill and we lost. Like,
Yeah.
oh crap. But yeah, it's sad where we're at with this. I mean, it's so obviously fake, rigged, and just a big show. Anybody who's played sports knows that. And yet you have all these people who I know who have played sports who just love, you know, TV's fake sports. It's just real as ever to them.
Yeah, they're the Joey Logano fans are celebrating. The Chiefs fans are celebrating. Andy Reid is the greatest coach of all time. Roger Penske is the greatest team owner of all time. I mean, you got these people in their lines, and yeah, it's amazing how this continues to go on and where it's at. I mean, it's things have never looked so fake, rigged, and scripted, and it's just never been so dumb. I mean, everything's just so dumb now. I mean, like I said, 20, 30 years ago, you watched, NASCAR, wrestling, or football. You kind of get into it, but now it's like, you just see what it is and see what they're doing. I mean, it's how connected it all is. It's connected,
Mhm.
hand in hand with the politics, what's going on, all the 47s. Um, it's just one big show, and it's like they're choreographing for what appears to be kind of the next ritual or the next direction of things, because it seems like everything is just kind of being concentrated right now all in just one direction, one line. uh, as far as kind of how I see it, it's kind of, it's overboard, it's dramatic, but it's also, I mean, it's just never been so just kind of wild and just kind of dumb at the same time.
Completely agree, and I'll throw basketball into that as well. Um, in fact, I think they say like basketball's been the sport on the most decline of the major sports, and hockey. I think hockey and football. Well, football's always been pretty good, but it's like number one by a pretty good margin, and now like hockey is overtaking these things. So you have this cultural shift as well. Um, but yeah, they say basketball's on NBA basketball has been on the decline for quite some time now, and you wonder why. It's just they're doing it on purpose. It doesn't even look fun to watch anymore. It's like the same storylines were present when I was a kid. I was a Blazer fan growing up in Portland, and we never won anything, and just bad luck, chumps. But we had our runs to the playoffs just so they can keep us there. And then when you realize what this all is, the money ploy, the the Blazers are the only team for Portland. A large number of people live in Portland. A very very large. There's not a team until what used to be Seattle when they had the Supersonics. But then even then, they're gone. They used to be the I-5 rivalry. Now they're in Oklahoma City. Uh, and yeah, so you have it's a single market town. So you have a lot of people inherently gravitating towards this team, and to just be constantly messed with, constantly the butt of the joke. Um, it just shows you how it's money driven. It's always money driven. We're never going to be a California market. We're never going to be a New York market. We're never going to be a like a Texas market. You had the Spurs on there do their, have their runs and everything. We got that one championship in a year that probably didn't matter, um, which springboarded another team to going on to win multiple championships with Bill Walton. But you still have that's how they keep you in this like memory hole of where it's like all you can do is like relive the past, and they keep promising you something better in the future, and before you know it, you're 15 years in, and you're thinking about that rookie from 15 years ago as if he's there today, and you're like, oh wait, that was 15 years ago that I had like hopes about the team. And it's like, why do I have hopes again now? Oh, because they're showing me some rookie that is going to change the team around. And they don't realize that a lot of people don't realize this loop that they're in with these sports, and that's really what it is. It's just this constant loop, and until you can hop out of the loop, you'll. I can see why it's difficult. Is because they usually keep it fun, but what you're saying and what I'm completely agreeing with, it's not even fun anymore. So what is the draw? Why is it more popular than ever? Why are people so hard to get through to now? And it has to be literally the people. It's like if the sport's changing and it's becoming more obvious, that should have a direct correlation to people waking up to it, but it's not happening. So the only thing I can think of is the people are, thicker skinned, and that's being nice by saying they're thicker skinned, because I really do believe it's, you know, less informed, ill informed. Let's put it that way. Populace.
Yeah, and they've made it. with all these things, whether it's, wrestling or NASCAR, football, or anything, they've made it to where, it's obvious the best team or the best player, best driver, wrestler, whatever, ain't even winning because it's obvious it's rigged for them not to win. They've made it, so obvious. Um, whether you're looking at, like Jimmy Johnson wins 5 championships in a row, and he takes over, with Jeff Gordon, and um, him and Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt, they all won 7 championships. And, Tom Brady stops at 7 Super Bowls, how many he won. And, you just have the same numbers over and over. And, how connected they make all these things, the driver who scores the most points just always win the championship. That was the old way, the Winston Cup. And then, now it's just, well, now we got to have playoffs. It's going to make it like football. We got to get that football reference. And then you have the same thing with, the wrestling and everything, oh, we got to, they used to be, mostly majority men, but now we're going to have, the women competing, and the women are going to be like men. And now you're going to have, you know, um, football, and, we're going to change it. We're going to make it to the point where we just, rig the whole league to just, you know, be about Taylor Swift and Mahomes because, well, you know, they're saying, oh, there's never going to be another Tom Brady. Well, yeah, there is. Here it is. Here's the next loop. It's like, oh, we had Jeff Gordon. Well, now we got Jimmy Johnson,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's kind of Joey Logano. And so it's like, you just have these loops they put you in, whoever's going to be winning or dominating, and the reasons why, and, how it's going to push other agendas. And, um, it's weird because even like Jimmy Johnson finished like 26th today too. He was in the race and driving the 84. So it's like you have, they'll keep these people around, but he ain't winning. He ain't doing it anymore because we already went through his loop. He went through the loop. He's just there to fill the field now. You
Literal
know.
and figurative loop of NASCAR.
Yep.
Yeah, you are right. They give you these like monolithic individuals to look at, and what can we compare that to? Is there any historical evidence to say that tyrannical rulers would give us you know idols to worship, to not notice the tyranny taking place right behind the scenes? Has that ever taken place in any large like um, systems of bureaucracy or whatever of has Rome ever done that? I think I heard something about it, but they didn't do that to us nowadays. They didn't do that. They didn't do that to us. We put a stop to that. No, that's what they're doing. They never stopped from Rome to anywhere you look on the map to you know England before this. They've always had the bread and circus. They've it just has taken different forms, and all American sports are derivatives mostly of some form of either I'll call them England sports games or games, but you know the nobody's original. The inheritors, they always take what's there for them and then they rebrand it. They're not the originators. They'll steal your patent and hide it and put their name on it. So that's their kind of their mo. But yeah, all these games are derivatives of something before. They're not original. Football is basically rugby, and baseball had a British version as well, uh, called like Rounders or something like that. And yeah, just that on and on down the line. What did Rome have? Did they do any kind of race around a big oval? No, they wouldn't have done anything like that. They were all archaic living, they didn't have anything going on. Oh wait. Yeah, the chariot races. Yeah. Oh, did they ever have, fighters pitted up against each other and crowds yelling to see the bloodiest outcome? No, they didn't. Oh wait, yeah, no, they did that. Huh. This list is getting oddly, there's a lot of correlations to what I've been watching nowadays. That's really weird. Oh, did different um they say some Native Americans, I think the Aztecs are highlighted as like they had a game similar to basketball where it was like a hoop, which I question a lot of things to do with like Native American history and everything. I think a lot of that has been retconned in all sorts of different ways to throw us for a loop of what this country was really doing at the time, at the dawn of its, you know, becoming a country, I guess. But they say, they're the games that they would play, there was a sacrifice made at the end to the loser was sacrificed. Did the same way, the gladiator battles in Rome, the loser dies. That's that's how a winner is declared, is the other one's not breathing anymore. So and it was also to do with like the chariots and everything like that. But I think a lot of people just can't fathom that there's blood sacrifice, there's true sacrifice, that there's there's a local sacrifice being made, your energy, your money, your time, your attention span, your attention at all. That's all being sacrificed, and that's an energy harvest, they like to call it. There's all these popular terms that come up, but whether or not anybody's taking the energy from you, at the end of the day, you're going to be a pacified populace, a bunch of people that are too exhausted from the grind and from the only looking forward to the weekend for your stupid games to not realize that you should have been using those weekends, even if you have to grind and work. Use that downtime to do something, positive. Use that ground downtime to, build something, do something better, research something, expand your horizons, do something other than the status quo. And it doesn't take much. It's not like we're just like sitting over here absolute geniuses. And I'm not saying we're right about everything, and not nearly, but we're not taken in by these systems. And it's just so simple. You can be a diehard fan, I guarantee you. If you have a moment of clarity and you just keep chasing that moment of clarity to where you're like, this is rigged, well, then you'll start to see how it all is rigged, and how you won't be able to go back. It's not something that's like so hard to break out of. It's just so easy to stay into, because it's kind of like it's the Matrix. That's why the Matrix makes those correlations. It's so easy to just stay in the goo where there's no strife and there's no harm. But because once you're out of it, you risk your friends. There's backstabbing. There's all the there's all sorts of issues once you see the Matrix for what it really is. But I could never plug back in. There's no plugging back in at this point. So for better or worse, I'm unplugged.
Yeah, it's amazing how they keep people in this stuff. The mockery, the W or the championship, the world championship belt, Mahomes always showing it. And um just the way they show you all the sports are rigged together in NASCAR with the playoffs, making it like football, and making football all just super rigged, and changing the rules all the time, and changing the rules in NASCAR. And you know what they're doing with everything. They're just linking it all together, and they're telling you they are. I mean, NASCAR just used to be NASCAR, wrestling was wrestling, football was football. They didn't have the championship belt. They didn't have playoffs for NASCAR. They didn't have you know women, doing all the stuff they're doing now. So you have these agendas making everything, bringing it together, but mocking you in a way where they're telling you it's all the same, it's all one. And it's like with the politics, and the Chiefs being red, like I said, and then Trump, and then you know Mahomes voting for Trumpy, and got to push the Trumpy, and got to keep the 47s up. So it's like, you have these mockeries from all angles, but you have it's just, I mean, to me, it's like it's obvious that it's like it's so in your face right now, and I feel like there's a reason for it. I feel like they're choreographing for what I believe to be 2025, and we'll get into tonight what we think is coming. And like I said, even possibly here at the end of this year before inauguration day. But yeah, I mean, just look at the pictures. I mean, how can you not look at that and just laugh laugh about that. I mean, look at that. Look how retarded it looks. I mean, it's like, and then Aaron Rodgers with the championship belt.
And then of course you got Aaron Rodgers and Mahomes doing the State Farm ads, and
Yep.
discount double check, and it's absolutely once people see it for what it is absolute mockery and absolute jokes at your expense. It won't be so fun. It's not so fun when you're able to read the headlines and you see exactly what they're mocking about us, or what they're pointing out about us, or what they're exposing about us as a society. And from the outside looking in, seeing the hundreds of thousands and millions of people play into that is extremely, I want to say, demoralizing. I don't really think about things that much, but when it comes to the aspect of people freeing their conscience from the grips that these rulers have us under, it is kind of, it's sad at the very least, not in like an emotional sense, but just in like, what a waste. It's like I've already, I'm only 34. I say only, but I still feel it. I might as well be 50 almost, I feel like. But I've wasted already so much of my life when I see, 40 plus year old, 50-year olds, still doing this, and it's just, and older, and it's just, you can't reach everybody, and you sometimes you can't even reach the ones that are closest to you, but you're just, man, I'd love to eventually have this, become enough of an outreach, and you know, that people would have, at least know that there's, groups of people out there that, they don't, follow the status quo like everybody around them. And I think we mentioned this a few weeks ago during what was buzzing at that point was the North Carolina hurricane, the Helene damage. Real quickly, I will point out too that the first race of the new season or whatever in February is in North Carolina, which is quite interesting. But what was I saying? Oh, in North Carolina, yeah, I was just like an event of an actual like natural disaster or something. Somebody who's like, say something happened in my hometown of Portland, which a few things have happened with my eyes open, and it's just like, oh crap. All right, well, I know what we got here, so I'm like pretty ready. But it's like, man, this might pop off soon. It's like I better have my stuff, put together and ready to dip or whatever. But when it comes to something like a hurricane in North Carolina, or the instant flooding of your town to where you can't escape, and just the idea that there's just no one that really truly understands around you. Yeah, everybody's devastated. They're all in the same boat at that aspect, but they still, they don't even know about weather warfare. They don't even know about, you know, cloud seeding. They don't know about the land grabs. They don't know about order out of chaos. They don't know about, disaster capitalism, or if they know about it, they still have this idea that, their government wouldn't do that to them. And it's just, it's weird. These people won't trust their neighbor, and maybe for good reason, but they will somehow trust these absolute morons that look worse, that are less convincing than daytime dramas. It's like they try to make them in the same way, and I think a lot of it has to do with probably attracting like the middle-aged woman vote or whatever, like keeping them, if the middle-aged women like think it's real, it's like they're going to convince their children it's real, and their husbands are going to just like go along with it type of deal, the average, so I could see why why all politics looks like daytime drama to me. It literally does, but it's worse. It's like less convincing, but it's in the same like arena, I would say. like the way they film it and everything. It comes across, because I used to have to watch a bunch of daytime television because I was homeschooled, and my mom would put the TV on, and so I wouldn't have to do like book work. I could watch like daytime soap operas, and they're bad. They're real bad. They're so bad, but not as bad as C-SPAN and politics and all this crap. It's absolutely ridiculous that this fools anybody.
Yeah, and it's just amazing the alleyways that got people going. I mean, there's people that know, weather warfare and weather control is real, but then they're still voting Trump, or they're still they still think sports are real. So they have everyone in a different level. I mean, they have everybody um, walking a different line, and it's really weird that people can't put two and two together and see that it's all one. Um, that's what we've been doing every episode so far, is breaking it down, showing you it is all one, and it's amazing. People they have to keep up the divide. Um, it's just like you say that, it's like a show, you never mock the belt. It's a mockery. It's a mocking. So we always keep saying, uh, the biggest clown out there, Aaron Rodgers, and going to the Jets and doing the 9/11 tribute last year, just showing you why he wears that belt. He's the ultimate actor, the WWE. He's the ultimate skit. That's why, just he can only win the one Super Bowl with the Packers, but he couldn't win any more. And Brett Favre goes to the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers is going to copy him and go to the Jets, and Brett Favre wore number 4, and Aaron Rodgers is going to get hurt and go down and play number 4 because he's got to copy, Favre and do exactly what he did. He's just got to mock you. And I think it was, I can't remember. I think it was Aaron Rodgers where the belt kind of first came about when they first showed it. I think was when he won that Super Bowl. I think that's where they really kind of started the whole charade with all that and the whole total mockery of it all.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to track down the starting point there, but I do think you're right. I mean, at least as far as my memory, that it was definitely uh, Rogers that started it all. Obviously, with the whole, you know, his little opening when coming out of the tunnel, doing the whole belt thing. Anytime he makes a big play, he does the belt. And a lot of people, I think, what is important to understand with these people is they're called to act on this sports stage as much as they're called to act on the acting stage. Aaron Rodgers has done Saturday Night Live multiple times. Let's see if he has IMDb credits. He's won something. Holy crap. Like, how do you win something? Anyway. Okay, he was on The Office. He's been in Key and Peele skits. Whatever Workhorses is. Uh, Destination Dallas. I guess that just doesn't say. Well, he's appeared on SNL too as the man in that too. What? He was a King's Landing citizen in Game of Thrones?
Hmm.
What? What's the point of that? Give that to anybody. Why would you? That makes no sense. Of all the things, like this could have like actual acting credits like galore, and I would still say like, well, what the hell is he doing on Game of Thrones or Game of Thrones? Yeah, this is ridiculous, guys. Why is he untitled citizen number whatever? What is going on? This is real time, people. Does anybody else know that he was on Game of Thrones? I don't know. Game of Thrones, like literally the mockery. 2011. What? 2011. He was on. He's still a Packer.
Yeah, it was funny. That was the year they went 15-1, and the only game they lost was to the Chiefs. They lost only one game all season, was to the Chiefs.
In 2011?
Yeah.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. What? Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Well, do the Chiefs play Green Bay? What or when do the Chiefs play Green Bay? Oops. Hate when it does that. Oh my goodness. Oh, they just might not play Green Bay this season. Or do they already? Yeah, they haven't played since last year. Is that their last loss? No, no, no. Okay, they lost. Okay, no, no, I'm tripping. That went quite far back. So they don't play the Packers this season. Hmm. Thought I saw a line there, but still very interesting. The Bells. Hmm. I mean, there's no way that there's not symbolism in this. There's absolutely no way. So like doing maybe some research on this is definitely worth it, probably. But it could have already came and passed, to be honest. But at least being able to see what they were doing with this, because there's no way this is just some random thing. Why would he need credits, or why would he go uncredited in a Game of Thrones episode as who again? King's Landing citizen. What a what an inspiring role. That was riveting, honestly. I mean, what an absolute mockery. So it's like you have an actor here. You have Brett Favre. Obviously, he was in something about Mary. I think probably his most popular credit there. But yeah, it's just these are actors. I don't understand how he's won an award for like anything. Oh, ESPYS. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot about that even being considered an award. Whatever. Yeah, so actors on different stages and they're called to act in different things, and you know they when they're called they got to go do it. It's You see it in all forms, and they start with the commercials. Uh, got Patrick Mahomes, getting his credits in right now. He's doing a ton of commercials. Um, Christian McCaffrey. Have you seen any of the Uber Eats commercials?
I see
Have
some of them.
Have you seen them? It's all about like the NFL and how they're saying like subliminally the NFL is making you hungry, and so that you use Uber Eats and stuff like that, or like you want the food, and it's like, yeah, to an extent we know that, but what people don't can't think one more thing, or maybe they can, maybe, but I doubt it. But there's what they're trying to say is it's not that everybody knows that there's subliminal messaging in advertising. That is literally the name of the game. If you don't know about that, then you're the perfect person to buy stuff. You're just a consumer then. But obviously there's subliminal advertising. I'm not even trying to say it's necessarily wrong. I think it makes enough sense that you're trying to, it just sucks that what they have to sell isn't just good. It has to be like something that's like bad that they need to brand as something our mind thinks is good. That sucks. But either way, we should have discernment. But what the hidden meaning behind them telling you straight up, which I guess I should kind of preface, like one commercial you have Matthew McConaughey, who's just forced into the headlines over the craziest things for no reason, whether it's a school shooting or now it's football, and it's just like, okay. But he's explaining to I think it's Christian McCaffrey, because he's sitting there like eating fries, and he's just like says he's still hungry, and he's just like, "Well, it's so obvious, you got it's football. They all the terminology makes you hungry." And he's like a pancake sack and uh something else. There's like a Wendy's one as well, but and then it's all like Jerry Rice comes and sits down. He's like, he's eating fried rice, and McConaughey's all like, "What you eating there, Jerry?" And he's like, looks over and he's like, "Rice." And it's just like, that's people. That is the joke. Are you not like that joke's been there? It's not because it's just a funny joke they thought of. That is the joke of him. That's him. That's his role. He's always been the Rice-A-Roni. He's been the San Francisco treat his whole career. And it's like you have a current San Francisco star talking to a former San Francisco star. It's it's just maybe there's some interesting correlations to Matthew McConaughey too. I think he's from Texas, so maybe there's something going on. Maybe the Houston or Dallas. But anyway, um, it's just they're telling you there's like this subliminal messaging going on. It's not what they're necessarily saying, that it's just it is what it is. This is the subliminal messaging. Ha ha, funny. It's kind of like in the same vein that, all right now it's super popular for all the players to come out at their post game interviews and just start talking about, oh yeah, I'm just doing what they says to do on the script. I'm just fulfilling the script in there. Ha ha ha. All the reporters laugh, and it's just like, yeah, okay. Weird, okay. Yeah. It might be just a joke that you think is funny every weekend, but what they're really telling you is like there's no accountability. They're not held to a standard to come out like and explain the actual logistics of what they do, because the logistics aren't there. It's scripted plays. They're just going out there and fulfilling the script, just like the commercials are telling you right in your face what's happening. But because they're kind of like taking the joke in their own hands, you think that it's just self-deprecation. It's not just self-deprecation. It's slapping you in the face and seeing how much you like it. And it's just everybody just loves it. They'll just go along with it, and one thing after another. The fact that it's Uber Eats, it's just like just another agenda right in front of your face to keep you at home, right in front of the TV, right where they want you, right in front of your screen, right where they want you, munching down on disgusting food that's clogging your arteries so you die early and you have hospital bills and prescriptions, and you just keep feeding that beast, and you just think that you're just doing what every American's doing because all you see on the TV is every other American doing it and loving it. And it's just, oh man, it's honestly nauseating. It's nauseating to think about that this is still where we're at, and that it's even getting potentially ramping up. Uh, but we just got to keep pushing the message out there, and hopefully, get people to eventually break out, because this isn't going to happen. By like a small few. We're the most a small few can do is just be squashed under the giant foot and into obscurity. You mentioned the guy who invented the hydro engine. It's just like, where is he? How come he's not in school books? How come there's not more of a story about it? How come we're still relying on cobalt batteries and dying over it and all this? We he tried to make an impact, but without a large enough um surge behind a movement, it really doesn't go anywhere. And you see all these movements nowadays, they're definitely controlled. You can tell that they're controlled. And so you just need real people on the ground. You need real people to wake up and decide not to do what the TV tells you to do anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and you bring up a good point there with Stanley Meyer and the waterless dune buggy, the waterless engine and stuff, and um That's such an interesting point because, like, yeah, we could have, the waterless car, the waterless engine, the waterless doom buggy, the waterless whatever, and have things run on water. But no, we have to murder him on, March 20th, 1998, and we got to get him out of the way because, you know, Austin's coming into the world 95 and he's got patents, and, we can't have Austin driving around in a watered powered, you know, Corolla or Civic or something. No, we got to get the Cybertruck going. The Cybertruck, got to get the Tesla. You got to get, you got to plug your vehicle in instead of just have, and only go like 300 miles and charge the rest of the day instead of, just having a taking 22 or 24 gallons of water, 22, whatever it was to drive from, across the whole country from, New York to LA. And to be that efficient, we just can't have that, but, oh, the Cybertruck, that's such a cool thing. We have to push the Cybertruck. We got to push the Tesla. We got to push Elon Musk and the dark mega because that's going to be the way. And now, like you said, we don't know about Stanley Meyer. He's not in the history books because you won't hear about him on the tell a live vision. So you know he's someone that just kind of got swept under the rug. And if you happen to stumble upon him, it's someone you can do the learning, do the research, and figure it out. But you know, he should be a household name. Everyone should know Stanley Meyer. Be like, oh, my things run, all my stuff runs on water because of you.
Mhm.
You're the guy. This guy. He did the right thing for humanity. Instead, people don't even know who we're talking about. So that just shows you right there who runs the world, and why we can't have what we should have because it doesn't fit the propaganda puppet show. And you can't have things running on water because oh, you gotta go and spend $70,000 on a Tesla because some billionaire told you it's the best thing out there, and that's what people are going to buy up. They're not going to go the efficient route because you know what do you get for that? You got to look at the people that are on the world stage. This is what they're pushing. This is the direction of things, and this is what they want. They don't want things to be efficient and environment friendly. And no, that's why we got to have the hurricanes come in so we can get all the lithium for all the batteries, all the technology. They got to have this big push for the big tech takeover. And you see how they're doing it with people, like whether Elon Musk or something, whether you think this guy's a real genius, a real, oh, he's such a successful billionaire, but plays video games all day. Well, funny because I don't have any time to play video games and I'm nowhere near a billionaire. So it's kind of funny how he has the time to just kind of have fun all day when he's got to manage all these businesses. It's pretty interesting, but um, not so people are going to push, that's why he's on the stage jumping around like a big retard, look at me, wee, dark mega. You got to, you know, have Danica Patrick on there, because she's Danica Patrick doing the GoDaddy commercials, NASCAR, Formula One. Well, she'll be perfect to sell Trump. We'll get Hulk Hogan up on the stage. Um, who else we want to get up here? Any other clown, any other person we want to get, Mahomes. Let's put these people on the world stage. This is what it's going to be. And then, people don't ever find out about the water fuel cell. And people look at the whole, that's just a conspiracy, man. There was nothing like that in the 90s. I mean, come on, no one invented that in the 90s. And you look at what happened, all this stuff. The doom buggy disappeared, all his patents disappeared. Everything literally vanished overnight when they killed him. So it is like it almost never happened. You have to go back to the mid to late 90s before he died and go back and look at all this stuff because otherwise people will never know about it. I mean, look, we're approaching him being gone for 27 years already. So time flies and people don't even most people don't even know who you're talking about. How many, if you surveyed people, one out of how many know who that is or know about that there was a waterless doom buggy that actually was tested, that actually ran on like 22 gallons of water from
Mhm.
uh, New York to California. Most people have no idea what you're talking about that ever happened, but no, it happened in the 90s. It already happened. But I think spending 70,000 on a Tesla is just a little better though, man. I mean, I think that Cybertruck's looking real sexy, and can't wait to try it out, and I got to get a Tesla to go along with it, and I think I'm gonna go get a dark MAGA hat and jump up on stage with Trumpy. I think that's the better way because I don't know. It just seems that's the way of things, man. It's a little bit too conspiratorial with the this waterless doom buggy, this Stanley Meyer guy. I don't know. They say he I don't know, he just died. I don't know, and they'll even tell you, that if you look into it, that he'll say that he got poisoned or they poisoned him and stuff, and so there's really proof that he was murdered, but people are still going to deny it. You know what I mean?
Of course, of course. And speaking of poison, uh, more than likely, if it wasn't reported, or you didn't have your friends and family sticking up for you, or like pointing out that something was wrong, uh, that kind of lends credence to the most untraceable of poisons that has probably only become more untraceable throughout the years. But there's a certain group, the Jesuits, that are known for using cyanide as a poison, as an untraceable poison. I mean, if it was untraceable back in the late 1800 or 1800s, and even before then in the early 1900s, it's only more untraceable now. It's You realize that medicine and tracing things like this is always behind the new thing. It's like you can't have, if a new breed of snake pops up overnight and bites you, you're screwed. That there you're nobody's gonna know what the anti toxin is. Well, the same thing for a newfangled poison nowadays. Before we'd know what it was, we would only see the symptoms of a cardiac arrest, or think about all the times you see cardiac arrest in the news. Well, it's like, was it just cardiac? That is that's what, well, okay, the reason why he died, and that's what happened to his body, but why did it happen to his body? Well, you start to look at some of these poison and these carcinogens and all these other things, and you see that, that's one of their symptoms. Oh, well, what do you know? And yeah, it's like with this guy, it's just real sad because what's I don't want to be a pessimist, but what I we're talking about, obviously, like, everybody's doing the Tesla thing now, and it really is scary. Like, what I see is, like, potentially, I swear there's like hidden credits that the government gives you, and like only certain people know about it. Because, like, why are so many people driving Teslas? Hasn't this been a Biden economy? Hasn't this been like a blah 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 blah? It's like no money or taxed out the ass. It's like, how is everybody affording these Teslas? They're just, it's like every single day they're multiplying. It's like GTA when you steal a car, every other car is that car now. It's like, damn, who? It's like, did Vitali or whatever, the main character, steal a Tesla or something? Because that's all there is nowadays. But yeah, what kind of my pessimistic view on this is that say this did come to fruition, who knows where we'd be at with water. Like, they'd probably destroy, water is already destroyed. Imagine
Yeah,
if in the world that that vehicles need the water. This would be like, you know water towers, all over the place, locked up. There'd be like, processing stations, and who knows, it would just, I s- it's going to take. And what I feel like, this is another good example of, it's just like, if he had a real backing behind him, people that, a large swath of people that, were behind him. But I also see that it's just like, this guy's not going to be punished for his life too. So there's like this karmic retribution thing too. Do what you will in this world. In my point of view, I can't know what's coming next, but I also pretty much refuse to succumb to the ritualism and the evil that all the other people are doing, just in the name of doing it, just in the name of getting ahead, just in the name of making more money, just in the name of all these little trivial things that, yeah, they do make it easier in the moment. 100%. Is that what you think this is all about? Is that what you think this whole life experience is about, is making your next moment easier? That seems if you write that down and read that out loud and say, "My life is about making my next moment easier." Are you happy with that? Are you just like, "Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, let's just keep doing that crap." So, this guy, if this is all above board and, because who really knows, not to be a denier of every single story out there. I'm not nearly that. I'm always willing to keep it open to being just another propaganda thing. Because I could easily see this as them just showing you how easily they could squash a not that necessarily that he was trying to make an uprising, but he was trying to mix it up and change things up. So I could also, I've seen that happen many times too, where they squash it and it gets buried and they'll just show you, look how insignificant you would be. Like this guy actually did something. Just imagine if you tried to do something. So I could see that too. But for this guy, he did the right thing. He did the right thing in the right way. Um, so yeah, they poison him. Yeah, his body's gone, but there, there's no way that this is that he meets the same fate as the ones who did it, or the ones who follow that same ideology. So, if anything, what's kind of weird is that nobody with potential has picked up this mantle. It's like it's 2024, people. How are we still driving shitty cars? How are we
Yeah.
still doing all the same stuff? The bicycle is still a bicycle. In 2024, the bicycle was invented in something like 17 something. We've had over 300 years for innovation. And what do we get? We get little gay shoes that have metal on them that clip into them. It's like that's the big, but putting the bicycles, one step further. Oh my goodness, no! It's just like these things are, and I'm not saying it for ease either. I'm not saying it for necessarily for convenience. Just like for innovation's sake. Like, what about something that's self-propelling? What about something, not for ease, but like maybe you do have to work for it and everything, but something that maybe generates energy or generates something that does something, bikes having like air filters on 'em or something, to at least they're like cleaning the air and you're not polluting the air, like just something that innovates. There's no innovation. Everything is just the same thing for 34 years of my life. It's just all been still the same thing, just with a rebranding, and they just try to make it sleeker. And what I tell people close to me too is just like, I'm like, just wait. We're on cycles, people. You're gonna see, just like I've already lived through multiple cycles of like things going in and out of fashion. I'm like, just wait. We're gonna go before you know it. All these car companies are gonna start making square cars again. It's gonna happen. We're so far into the ugly, sleek design that I think it's probably close before people are just like, okay, we can't drive that crap. Like, I'll get made fun of. So then you're like, oh, sorry, consumer. Let's start making actually what the consumer wants. And what the consumer will end up wanting is like a rubber band effect back to, kind of like the acid wash jeans coming into style again. People are going to start wanting the boxier cars and showing off lines on the cars rather than just be a big bubble.
Yeah, and it's just like how cars used to be so efficient. You look at like a '90s Honda, Toyota. It runs forever. It doesn't there ain't much to it. It's real simple. Even the '90s, early 2000s. Other manufacturers and models were really good, built to last. You get 400,000 miles out of something. Now it's everything's just junk at like 100,000, just and overpriced. And I mean, you know, cars used to be so much cheaper, easier to maintain, easier to take care of, easier to, just on every level. There wasn't all the technology, but it was a way better design. It lasted way longer. Um, Now everything is, it's way more expensive. There's way more technology. It's harder to, maintain, and it costs more to maintain. It's built to, break down. It's built, it's made to have problems. Even the new Hondas, Toyotas are uh, built to just break down and have major problems and not be as reliable as ones back in the 90s and early 2000s. So you have everything, and you can't even work on stuff anymore. I used to be able to work on stuff real easy and get parts for it. Now you can't work on nothing because it's all big tech, and you got to have a $10,000 scan tool and buy a $10,000 part, and or you just got to get a whole new vehicle. It's and there's so many ways they get you. It's like in the Midwest, like where I'm from, Wisconsin. You got they salt the roads, so every 5 years you got to go buy a brand new car because your car is junk because it rotted out, and there's nothing you can do about it. Um, they have different tactics to get you different ways. Out here, none of the cars really rust. You don't have to deal with that out here. They pretty much can just stay good their whole lives. But uh, I'm always amazed at the infrastructure we have too. The how many highways and roads, and the time it took to build all that and put all that there. I mean, just to make a highway, just to make the roads, and um, how many roads there are. Like, to me, that's what always blew my mind. And when I started driving, and I just got out in the world and traveled the country, it's like, man, who took the time to make all these, um, because you think about it, it's cars have been around since 1890s, 1900s. Back then it was all just dirt roads. It's really just been on 100 years we've seen all these roads pop up, roads everywhere, and highways everywhere, infrastructure everywhere. When did it all get there? When did it all get built? And the fact that we even have it, in the fact, it's there's as much of it as there is, just really blows my mind. Um, just driving around, you just look at what they've done just for the automobile, and all the the ways and the changes of it all, and you see it dwindling away now with the electric vehicles and the Teslas and everything. And it's amazing to have watched this go down, and just the fact that people would go for these designs that are just total crap, total shit, and completely suck today, when you could have had something that you bought in 95 that you never had to put any money into it because 30 years old, and it's built to last. Like, and then people aren't, the people that have those older cars, older models, they're not getting rid of the old Honda, old Toyota, because they know they're bulletproof and they're worth their time, their money. But you still have people going out purchasing brand new vehicles, even though they know they suck. They know they're going to break down. They know they're going to have trouble. They know they're going to screw them over, but they're just going to do it anyways. And it's just like, like I said, our infrastructure and everything, um, the way they go about everything, they'll tax you for, the roads. In some areas, the roads are total shit. There's potholes everywhere. There, destroys your vehicle. Um, like I said, other places they'll just salt the road, and it'll destroy your vehicle. So they have so many ways of nitpicking your pockets, and you know coming at you from other angles that a lot of people don't even, it's like I said, why not do something else to assault the road? Why not come up with a different, something for that, so you don't have to buy a new vehicle at times, doesn't rot out your vehicle. Why not make a more efficient model? Why not have something that you know is gonna you know help humanity out? It's obvious that that's not the agenda, that's not the goal, it's not what they're doing, and people just keep going along with it. And that's the amazing thing. It's like, um like I said, people that, you know you could go buy, you know, an old Civic, an old Corolla, run forever, but no, we got to go out. We got to buy you know, a brand new Porsche because, you know, I got to fit into the agenda. I got to, buy a brand new vehicle that's going to be junk at 10,000 miles, and I won't even be able to drive it. Oil changes are going to cost me $10,000. But well, it's for my job because I got to have a Porsche, man. I got to compete with everybody. I got to look top notch. I got to walk around in my suit all day, and you know be the Elon Musk type or the Trump type. So you have this. It's not the society we had in the past where, people might have chose a better option. Now you have the society where you have people choosing the more materialistic, the more newer, the more sleek, the more expensive way because, that's the programming and that's just what they're going to do.
Yeah, the consumerism and the people who are in the system and they can kind of navigate it for their benefit, good luck getting them to, you know, break out. And these are the people that potentially even like know more than the average, because they're in certain circles and they're able to see more than other people do. You know, good luck getting them who already probably know about um the what these systems are, putting are being put in place for, whether we're talking about, like you're talking about the automobile industry, like if you're a higher up in that, it's like you know what it is. This is all debt management. That's all the automobiles are nowadays. What you're speaking is complete truth. The automobile industry should only really make parts. Like cars should be very sparse, as last, only people, you should have to like qualify for a car, like because of your life, not just because of how much money you make. You should have to qualify for the necessity of a car. And then it can be like made for you, or they can give you one of the cars that they have that are, high quality cars. That's how it, even if they were more expensive, like that should be the because like the more expenses, like the one-time payment would outweigh the, like you're saying, like these higher end cars. It's like, what's the, you get bumped by a hoopty going down the road who doesn't have insurance. you know Good luck going to the body shop. Can't wait for that bill of that little ding on your Ferrari. That thing's gonna cost, some Italian dealership. I can't do an Italian accent. Hey, yo. That's what I can do. But like not the actual, like the high end Italian. I was gonna go for that, but I'm glad I didn't. But they're gonna be like, oh, you need a whole quarter panel. Good luck. Good good luck. It's like, is it all worth it? Is filling up at filling up just to blow, a 20th of your tank, just trying to take off and have some fun in your car. It's like, I'm not trying to just be a hater. It's like, I think nicer cars are nice. I do like, I used to be kind of into the car game a little bit, just a little bit. I don't want to say too much, but I was on the outside too, just because I was living with car people who are into it. Um, so when you see what the industry, how it functions, it's you you have all these hunks of junk that have a nice facade on them, and the average person doesn't know how to work on them. Will need a mechanic. Um, Even I feel bad that I don't know. You know, it's it's good to be a jack of all trades, and I have a good amount of knowledge on cars. But when something, just recently, we had an oil leak that was, I couldn't figure it out. It ended up being our VTEC solenoid, which is really weird because I just replaced that part, and that might sound like, oh, aha, you idiot, so you just replaced that part and you had a leak, but like that's not what was necessarily weird about it. It's just it wasn't leaking from there at all. It's just really strange, and we end up taking it to the shop, and it's a family friend shop that is, I guess, higher end, but they do a good job, and we pay out the ass to get that thing fixed. That I'm just kicking myself because I'm like, I swear that's either not it, or I don't see how that could be it. Like, we're leaking tons of oil, and I drive a Honda Accord, so it's just right behind on the manifold, and or below the manifold, and there was no oil there. It was all coming from like the oil filter area, or potentially I was thinking maybe a gasket, but it wasn't a gasket, obviously, or else they would have had to like, take apart our engine more than they had to do in order to fix that. But, you know, the other part of knowing it is like I can get a VTEC solenoid for like 65, $70 and install it. Good to go. But the way they go about it's like $800 later. It's like, what? What? Like, what is going on? Can I view the $800? Can I be here to watch the $800 come out of my wallet? Can you show me what you're doing? That's $800. And so it's like, that's like a personal anecdotal story where I'm kicking myself for not, being, it's not just that I would attempt to fix anything like that. And like I said, I did fix it the first time we had, because we'd get actual codes coming up on the car for that stuff. And I fixed it the first time. It wasn't leaking or anything like that. It was a faulty part. But but yeah, now $800 later, and um I would like to do that, but I just don't. Where I'm living right now, I don't have like access to the garage. I can't like just dismantle the motor in my driveway. We're in like a duplex type of situation. So, and a lot of these things should be cleared up within not too long, because we do plan on moving and having more space and all sorts of good stuff like that. And me, taking up a much more important mantle in those areas, because we won't, we be much more reliant on me and ourselves than just taking it down to the mechanic. But that's what cars are meant to do. And not even my car specifically. Actually, I just drive a '07 Honda Accord. Those are still like, for being a 2000s model, it's like they were still trying to do like, it's just a 2.4, it's just a four-cylinder little guy, and those things can go quite a while. Whereas you look at the ones nowadays and they just put a fun little facade on them. And if you look up what Honda's done to all their motors post, like I think like 2010, so like not that far after my model, they've completely changed everything. Like everything's all changed up to where it's all going to be proprietary. The parts are going to be super expensive. They're going to be, JDM. You're going to have to like order them from your manufacturer, or from online from the manufacturer, or from your dealership. Get taking on the hefty fees. You're going to have a dealership work on it. You're going to have these, specific mechanic in order to do anything. That's what they're made to do. It's really sad, and it's really telling. But yet people still, purchase out of their needs, out of their necessities. They still make, it's just better for them to have the 2 to 3 cars that they don't need, that they can't work on, and they'll figure it out down the line. And just sending everything down the line to yourself is just, that's how we're all in the same boat together now, to where now the industry has molded itself into the consumers we are, the kind of consumers that will just consume and just send it down the river to our future self. Well, that's what the industries do too.
Yeah, because I drive because like I said, the best car I ever had was like that 2002 Pontiac, the Grand Am GT1, and the 2002 GT1 and the 2002 GTP, the Grand Prix. Is like those like my two favorite models. But yeah, I had a 2005 Toyota Corolla, and now I got a 2010 Toyota Corolla, and they've done the same thing. Once you hit the 2010s or after that, they completely change everything and make things harder to work on, more expensive, to the point where you can't fix it yourself, or it's just, things are just meant to just go to fuck and be junky and just shitty compared to what you got. You know, you could have bought a 95, Corolla or 95 Civic, and there'd be like nothing wrong with it because it's just the way it was built, and you could fix it yourself and work on it because uh, cars didn't have the internet yet until 96. And then 96 they came out with the internet, for
OBD2.
yeah, because the internet came out in August of 95. So you have the internet coming out in August of 95. So that was the time all the 96 models were coming out. the end of 95, and then 96. And that's, why they put the internet in the cars at that point. Um, if the internet would have came out, uh, in 94, August 94, it would have been, they would have put it in the cars in 95, the 95 models. But, it just shows you how they set everything up, connect everything together. The internet just comes out. So cars now are going to get the internet, and, that's how you're going to do things and look things up. And then, 10, 15 years from now, we're going to just make the cars so crappy, so shitty, and make everything overpriced. And that's, unfortunately, like you said, it does suck, because, you have, um, brands like Honda, Toyota that, could make models that, ran for 400,000 or 500,000 miles or so. But, you know, now you're not going to get that anymore. And, you're not going to get, what you used to get. And like I said, it's harder to find those cars, because people are holding on to them. They're not going to get rid of them, because they're smart and they know that, that's what you're going to want to drive. So now you're going to be forced to go with a more expensive model that's, going to have more problems, and it's going to cause you, more pains down the road. And they've designed everything in a way too where, it's, you're working on, because I've had, problems, like a few things with the 2005 Corolla I had, and a few things with the 2010 Corolla. But, um, just things that, shouldn't really be happening, or things that shouldn't be wrong. But it's just like, you just see the decline in all the quality, and how there's no quality, nothing anymore. It's just, and now I couldn't imagine what it's like, the brand new models, they probably go to fuck it like 50,000 miles, probably just falling apart. The wheels are coming off it. So it's like, they've made, everything so inaffordable. And then of course that's all part of the, the goal and the agenda. But, um, for the average person, that just wants to get a vehicle and wants to get around. I mean, they've made that part just so much harder, in recent years with all the technology, because, now you're going to have to go back, and, nobody wants, an old 30-year-old car, because it's, oh, that was so long ago, but unfortunately, well, that was the best cars ever made. So
Mm.
you kind of have to make a decision at this point. Do you go back in time and try something that's 30 years old, or do you get fucked with the newer models? So it puts this whole new spin on things, on what are you going to do? What's your move? How do you want to go about it?
Completely. And I mean, and this is like a transcendent thought too, because or like maybe not thought, but like symptom. This isn't just, we're talking about cars, but this is in everything. This is in prices of groceries, you look at what our consumerism has pushed ourselves into such corners, to where we've shown that we are willing to bottom feed and eat the worst things for us. And so industries have, you know, catered to that. And obviously they're the ones who pushed it initially. I'm not like sitting there saying that, it's all our fault, but at the end of the day, who can you control? Can anybody just, hit the abort button at the Kellogg factory or the Heinz factory? No. Can we just go and hit the big red button at the Lay's factory and get it to stop? No. What we can do is, we can control what we do. We can stop buying it. We can stop asking for it. We can stop accepting it. Um, hold restaurants accountable. All these fast food chains should be out of business. Like this, it's insanity. It's insanity. Like, before I was even close to being like awake, if you will, they were coming out with, like, even if it's not true, like all the nastiest stuff about what's in fast food and how it functions and what's going on there. But never mind all that. Like, it's 2024. There's endless research you could do on all of these companies, and never mind how disgusting their food is. Like, look at their philanthropic practices. Like, look at what they do for the communities that they invade. Look at what happens to those communities. Look at um how is a teenager supposed to And then, school is a whole nother situation. But how is a teenager supposed to enjoy his prospects? The 95+% of students that don't get any accolades in high school, how are they supposed to enjoy their prospects knowing they're going to be working the fries, you know, 3 months away from graduation? How are they supposed to have like a good outlook on life or like their future? We need to begin to provide the kids with a better choice for the future, and from earlier on, and everything like that. I despise the school system, how it's set up. Of course, there's good things about it. There's good in everything. There's bad in everything, and sometimes the bad outshines the good, and vice versa. But you talk about a system like school, and I'd be hard pressed to have a conversation with somebody that would just be having a glowing review of their school experience, yet they're quick to pop out a kid and send them right into it. So, oh yeah, go make of it what you will. All these terrible things are going to be put onto you. You're going to have you're going to be forced into these situations that you shouldn't be forced into, that if they were happening right in front of a parent they would be appalled at, but because they're at school, it's a rite of passage all of a sudden, all these terrible things. And I just never understood that. And for some odd reason, I was just, in my experience in high school, or in school in general, I was just for some reason able to for the most part, stay away from like all the riffraff for the most part. It's not like I didn't do anything. I didn't, I had my little bad streak, but it wasn't what everybody else was doing necessarily. It was, just in my own way. I had my own little rebellious period. Um, but to wish that on your kid and to just say, yeah, go, you talk to some these parents and they're just like, it's natural, like, that is just how it should be done, and it's just like, well, how do you know it's how it should be done? Have you tried not doing it? Is it the end of the world if your son or daughter isn't put through psychological torment? Is that the end of the world to just see if maybe that ends up better than doing it? Is it the end of the world for you to look at to, maybe take on extra work or take on extra responsibilities in order to provide a education that you see fit for your child? Is that like, that's too much? Okay, well, that's too much instantly. It's like, damn, I didn't, well, I have this and I have that. And it's I. Well, it's like, no wonder, we're raising generations of selfish, kids that only see them, that, they only, they worship social media, that in hopes that they get clicks and they get responses, that validate who they are only. There's no, these aren't going to be the builders of society, and the only society, well, they will be, but the society they're going to be building is the anti-society. That is what they're going to build. And it's weird how they're doing it. They're kind of like making this non-conformist conformity. Like they're going to have these non-conforming kids all not realizing, unknowingly conform to an agenda for them to rebel against the way the world was, as in the traumatic crap that they're being put through right now. And once they're adults, they're going to wish it not upon anybody else, or potentially what they will do is it'll kind of be like that villain arc where they're going to, well, I had to go through it just like the parents are doing today, only the status quo 10-20 years from now is going to be zero rights. It's going to be asking the water robot for water. It's going to be, how many credits are in your account? Oh, you don't have enough credits. Well, that's a finable offense. So you're fined negative, now you have negative 800 credits. Well, because you have negative 800 credits, you're now in the negative 500 credit club. So that means your position at the job you're at, is unavailable. You know, contact us again when you get out of the -500 club. Just that they're going to be happy to build that, because that's what they know, and that's what, they didn't have. And that's not necessarily like just plain nurturing, like a mother's love type of thing. It's not necessarily even that. It's just pure like traumatic stress that's put on to it. It's psychological. And I'm not sitting here like saying they need therapy or like that's not what it is. It's they need normal structure of a loving parent, that it doesn't need to love can be perceived in many different ways. Somebody who like loves you deeply and does what's best for you probably won't be noticed as much as the one who loves you and does things for you. But you're going to notice it at some point, I think, in whenever you get to a certain age and you realize you're not falling for all the scams, and you're not easily drawn into being manipulated. You're going to be like, oh, that's because I had somebody in my ear telling me how to avoid the manipulation and how to avoid the scams. So maybe I didn't get all of the stuff out of off of the commercial like I wanted, but instead I learned how to not want the things on the commercial, and that's saved me a lot more than anything else.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what they've done too, just with the money. When people having jobs and having to work, because it's like they'll say, well, nobody wants to work, but see the problem in America is no one asks why. Why does no one want to work? I mean, it's like well, the money and the currency doesn't provide you with anything. I mean, there's just because someone's ambitious, they might have a really smart mind. They might go, well, why, what's the point of me going to school when I'm just going to start off, flipping burgers at McDonald's for 10, $15 an hour? What's the point of that? And I'm gonna be stuck in a job where I can't even make like more than $30 an hour for years on end, and it won't even provide me enough to pay, for a car and to pay a rent. So, nobody wants to work. Well, why is that? I mean, there's no, and people get mad. Oh, everyone's just lazy. Well, yeah, that's, a lot of that's true, but you have to look at it too. Like, what are people working for? I mean, if you're working and you ain't making nothing, well, what's your reason to work? It's, you don't have anything, you can't make enough. And then if you do find something where you're making money or you're doing a good job, well, you know, inflation or taxes are going to change. And then, oh, well, you won't even make what you were making, like, oh, you're getting a raise, but you're really not getting a raise because, oh, this year you were making, $30 an hour. And then next year you're going to make $32 an hour. Well, the $2 an hour raise doesn't, that's an illusion. It's an illusion because taxes and inflation, everything else gets worse and everything else gets more expensive. So really you're stagnant. You're not, if you're going like $30 an hour, $60 an hour, $90 an hour, now you're, making a bigger impact. But, the way they have it, and there's so many jobs where there's no way up. I mean, you get into something, what do you do? It's, like for me, you know, um, like I said, I've done asphalt construction. I've done moving. I'll like mow yards, do cash jobs. I'll do Uber Eats. But for a lot of people, like just watching, it's like when you get your paycheck, and then you see how much money gets out in tax. How much money they take out. Because I started, asphalt construction. I was 17, and I literally started at literally $5 an hour. I think that's literally where I started, $5 an hour in 2012. Because I got $8 an hour, but it was $3 an hour with tax, or $5 an hour with tax taken out. So I didn't make nothing. And even like by the time I was like 21 in like 2016, in 2 weeks, I could be making, 16 an hour or whatever, and I'd be working, 70 plus hours, and I'd gross, a solid paycheck of like 2,200 for like 2 weeks or something. But then you look at the taxes. What am I taking out at the end? I'm not taking home anything. I'm losing like, uh, I'm only taking home like 14, 1,500 out of like 2,200, and I'm losing like seven, eight, $900 to the government. They're literally taking over a third of my check. So, that would have covered rent. That would have covered how many things. It's not like it's like, oh well, they're only going to take 100 or 200. No, they're literally taking a third of my check. I mean, and people don't have a problem with it. I did moving out in Wyoming too. It was the same shit. I didn't make much money. Um, and then taxes too. You get your taxes taken out. Uh, you don't have nothing. The taxes get taken out, and then at the end of the year, you still got to pay in. I still had to pay in money. You had to pay taxes. Still got my money taken out. I didn't make shit. It's like, and Wyoming's the cheapest state with taxes. And like Washington's like the fifth cheapest state with taxes because there's no state tax here. So I do like Uber Eats and stuff. So at the end of the year, I pay in, but I only pay in like um last couple of years, I only paid in like $1,800 for the whole year because I got to write off all everything. So that's kind of why I stick to this and I stick out here because it's like other places you can't make anything, and it's like and then you look at like I said, jobs like hard labor, manual jobs, like asphalt construction, moving, that those are jobs where you're gonna have to have your youth. You're not doing that when you're 60, 70 years old. So you know you have to find younger people to do it, and you're not making a career out of those jobs. You're not doing that stuff when you're 50 years old. So you know and you can't blame people for not wanting to do these things really anymore because there's no money in it. And if you're going to work that hard and not get anything for it, what's the point? And I think a lot of people, have to look at that, and some people they kind of accept it. And that's why a lot of people they'll just be homeless because it's like, well, they don't even want to deal with, trying to deal with the bullshit of life, try to pay a rent and just slave away every day and pay for a car insurance and, you know, pay bills and not be able to do anything. It's like, what's the point of life? And then what's the point of anything? And you can't blame people for not wanting to work and, wanting to rather be homeless because there's no way to, work your way up anymore. It used to be you worked hard, you made it. You worked as hard as you could, you succeeded. Now you work hard, you don't get nothing. You work hard now, what do you get for it? You don't get nothing. So, and then you don't get um, you know, with other jobs, it's like I said, you're not really getting um a raise. You're not really getting a promotion. You're not really getting anything. You might get like a couple dollar an hour raise, but it doesn't accumulate to nothing. So, and only few people are getting top notch jobs. I mean, how many millionaires do you personally know? How many billionaires do you personally know? I mean, and obviously, even to get to that point, you can't be, like us doing what we're doing, talking about the things that we're talking about, and be a millionaire, billionaire, because that's not how the world works. This is for the poor people or the people at the bottom. That's what we're doing. That's what we're talking about. Because, I mean, if you want to make money and you want to be success, if we want to get, you know, millions and billions of views on this, we'll just say how much, we love Trump and how great he is and promote him. And, we'll just promote the agenda and the people to go along with it. And that's, or we'll just leave out, the Illuminati, the Jesuits, the Gematria. We won't talk about that. So, it's like I said, they have people, it's because you could watch other, people on their channels and what they're talking about, but, you know, and they could be right and they can say a lot of things, but then they'll say something like, yeah, I'm pretty glad Trump won. I'm pretty happy he won. Makes me happy, or they're going to say, oh, well, you know, the Illuminati, the Jesuits, that's just crazy talk. They're going to leave out, the main things, the things that get you taken down, censored, lose views and money and things that really cost you that's going to get you attacked. So, it's whether people know of this stuff or this maybe they don't know it, possibly that's some of it, but or they don't want to know it, or they're if they do know it, or they know of it, or they've heard of it, they're not going to bring it up and not going to talk about it because they know it's going to cost them. So that's kind of the where it's at. It's like you have to. It's kind of what the future's kind of looking like. It's like it's going to be the people that just sell out. People just want to be sellouts, and that's what you're going to have mostly is a sellout population. And people like us that don't want to go along, don't want to sell out, don't want to be part of the stupid show, the clown show. And that's really the way I kind of see it going, because you have you know so many people now, with the way things are. I mean, they've made people to become more selfish because people got to survive, people got to have enough money. So people got to cut corners, do this, do that. They have to, and you have to look at it too from the standpoint, it's like, and some people, they just look at it like, ooh, money. But then people don't look at the whole aspect. Well, what even is money? What even is currency? I mean, what we, they can just crash the grid, there goes the money, cyber attack, grid goes down, what good's the money now? So, there's that angle. And then there's people think, they're going to invest in, Bitcoin or, crypto, and, they want to think that it's something else or it's going to be legit, but no, it's all the same thing. And, it's just, it's really crazy what they've done. Cause, and people that, you got some people, they'll collect gold and silver and stuff. And some people say, well, you can't eat the gold, you can't eat the silver. So what's the point of that too? I mean, and then who's going to say what it's even worth, and how's bartering going to work? And so there's a lot of angles on the money system, and how that controls us, and what you have with the the whole paradox of the world that we're in, because you have, you know like I said, there's so few people that have the millions, billions, and they're chosen, and they're obviously sellouts. I mean, that's why in this community there's no millionaires, billionaires, because you can't be. And this isn't the place for that. And this is the place for more hardship. And it's kind of just like the people that are trying to find a way to um, get as high up as you can, but obviously there are limits to how far you can go and kind of what you can do overall.
Just real quick, just because first of all, true, completely true, and not to be like disheartened about it, because I that is having a defeatist attitude doesn't really help anything. It doesn't even help your own personal standpoint. But I can't stress it enough. It is really hard to. It's like if all the people that end up changing their mind are this far in the hole, it's like, so be it. But man, I kind of just wish that the gap wasn't so wide like that, because it's like we're sick. All of America is like sick, obese, or you know, the newest terminology of anxiety or gender or whatever. And it's just like once they wake up, it's like they have so much other stuff to fix that it's almost like I'd rather them not even be lined up to get picked for dodgeball. I don't want to have to make that choice, because I just rather them just come back when you're ready almost. But at the same time, we're past that point. We need people to stop feeding the beast. It's just like it's crazy. It's like it's like we're at this. Just imagine there's this huge monster, and it says, "Don't feed, or in 2025 it will awaken, and it'll get strong enough to turn on you, and make your life a living hell." And it's just like, still you have all these people just walking up, whoo, just like it's a joke. It's like kind of like, don't press the button, don't press this red button. Warning, don't press this red button. It's like, how many people would press that red button? Like, it's just crazy amounts of people would. But what you're mentioning about currency, I had an idea because we plan on buying some property, and who knows what ends up going down with it. We've had ideas of a little bit more fleshed out ideas of like having a larger property, or like trying to go to have a property that's further away, which means that there's potentially other properties that are like empty lots next to ours or something. But all these things have just been in this crappy market that we have to abide by. It's just, all of our like real wants have been just backburnered up one after another. But, depending on what kind of acreage we end up getting, and if like a community type of thing was possible, um, I did have an idea that potentially like for currency, you know, get us off of like obviously there's going to be some money still being having to be used, but as far as like everyday necessities, trying to replace that necessity, or that money necessity, with like a different type of currency, to where like the currencies earned are, once again, this is going to be trusting in a system, but it could be like a coalition type of thing, to where like all the prices are set by the community and not just by one person, because obviously that's the monopoly we're trying to avoid. But just melting down pennies. And I know pennies are made in a bad mix. Like it's not copper. It's not just copper, or else pennies would be worth a lot more, honestly. But so I don't know about melting them down, but maybe like reheating them and like stamping them like those like museums do, like the penny stamper, just to like to mar them, just to make them into something not a penny, or not, whatever. But well, no, it would have to be, because like then everybody would just bring tons of inflation. No, they would already be printing pennies. They'd have, but and starting out with a certain amount of pennies that everyone has, and then like the jobs that require payment, it's not like the penny would be worth 1 cent. The penny would be worth whatever we set up. It was just my idea of like like logistically how something like that would work, and like whether or not it's even like a community. It could just be with my family, and just like my kids. If they want something, they gotta earn the pennies. They gotta do the work on the homestead or the farm, or the in the garden, or in the greenhouse, or whatever, in the barn, whatever we're gonna be end up doing. Um, in order to, and it's not gonna be that penny's not gonna be available to take down to Toys R Us. It's gonna be, I don't know. That's those things are to be determined, but maybe it's just like, if you want jam with dinner, if you want jam on your homemade biscuits, it's not necessary. It's not necessary to put sweet stuff on every single thing. So it's like that'd be a good learning experience. And it's just how many penny you got, some pennies saved up. You got to turn them in here if you want that little extra thing. But just remember, you're going to need those pennies to to get through the next month of whatever the corn shucking season. I don't fucking know. Dude. I'm just making it up as I go. But my idea was to use pennies. It's just because nobody uses pennies, so it's like at least logistically we would have access to like something to use, rather than just like IOUs or some weird other system. And it's not, it wouldn't be digitally based, and it's not like anybody could come in and like change our system, our currency, because we would know how it runs, and we would change the thing, the penny, to be something different. And but yeah, all these things have been on my mind for quite some time now. How to break out of these systems, like actually logistically, rather than just say, oh, we got to break out of this stuff. Like how do you do it? Even just before even the thought of moving happened, it's just community. It's there comes a there comes a day. So I almost want to go door to door. Maybe I should have, um, but to the neighbors and be like, "Hey, would you want to like read over this petition I'm starting, and potentially sign it for this neighborhood to just block off all of our entrance streets and just say, no, this is our neighborhood. It's just like, if this, the county needs to come in here to do something, just give us a heads up and let us know. We'll let you know if it's cool or not. But like certain things like that, it's like if tons of people did that, it's like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Come in there and just start firing so that the water people or the sewer people can, or the power line people can get to the power line? It's like, in my opinion, we got to start taking back things that are ours. The PGE should not, or General Electric shouldn't be this conglomerate that owns you. And and we've paid enough. We've probably paid enough for all of our lifetimes to be paid for electricity for everybody for our entire lifetimes. Everybody and new people to come too. It's probably already done. It's paid for. So we should start acting like it. This isn't like in the same vein as stealing. This has to do with taking back our natural right to live freely, to not be held down. And and what might happen with that? Well, maybe they rebel against us and they try to turn our power off. Well, we should we should have some sort of systems in place in order for that eventuality to happen. And it's a big, the more you talk about it, the more you're like, oh, well, then you need generators, and then you're like, oh, you need people to fix generators. And it's like, who's gonna, they're gonna be in leagues with the gas companies, and they're not gonna serve you gas. And it's just like, if you think like a doomer sense of everything, it becomes like just like insanity. But that's what's keeping anybody from doing anything at all. And so they never even have to deal with the first minute thing that we try to take back, because nobody's trying it. The most I see people trying to take back anything is homeless people, and they're not doing it for the righteous reasons. They're taking back the streets just so they can set up their shitty tent and get free fentanyl. It's absolutely just, appalling what it's turned into. I mean, just right down the street from my house, it's really it's sad, but at the same time, I don't feel necessarily sad for these people. I could feel sad if I, maybe, they had, if there's some insight into their life that I'm missing. But what I see right in front of my face, that is not something to feel sad about. It's something we need to fix, and it's something that if they're willing to try to fix, yes, of course. But in my opinion, I personally, I don't get saddened by seeing it. It's wrong and I don't like it. And I wish it wouldn't be there, and I wish we could do something to fix it, but I don't like feel for these people the way that like a lot of people do, that they are so sad about it that they give them the money to continue being that way. That's in my opinion, I don't think sadness and your um empathy in that regard is going to, or sympathy in that regard is going to help the situation at all. It's only going to, drive them further and make it easier for them to do the things that they're already doing. Um, and obviously, what the governments are doing are not is obviously not working. Here in Portland, it's just been a teeter totter um, of legalization and criminalization of drugs, and defunding the police and refunding the police, and oddly enough, they've recriminalized fentanyl after some time now. But it's obviously not what I have to look into that law that they did, because it's obviously not just across the board. It's still, because I'm telling you, I was going to work quite some time ago now. It must have been maybe probably even a month ago already. But just right down the street from my house, just right around the corner from my house, in fact, where those homeless like to set up camps behind our like grocery outlet down here. And but I was driving by, and there was like just a middle-aged lady in like a nondescript like Ford Focusy type of car, and she was like, you could easily pick her out because she was the obviously not homeless. She was, you could tell right away that she wasn't like homeless or weird in that way, at least. And she was talking to this like obvious homeless person on like who had a bike, and like another lady who was like standing there. and she had a clipboard and she was like writing stuff down. And I was just driving back past pretty briefly, but then I turn down the homeless alley, and there everybody's out. All the homeless people are out of their camps. They're all huddled together talking with their brand new foils, and they're, getting ready to light up. And I'm just like, what are the odds of that? So you still have the government putting nondescript people out there. And in my opinion, it takes either a extremely brainwashed person or an evil person to knowingly go out and pass out fentanyl. Like, you remember Weeds? Do you remember that show? I think it was like I don't know if it was HBO or not, but it was one of the HBO or like Stars or one of the, where it was like the middle-aged lady who became the drug dealer in the like suburban neighborhood.
Yeah, I've heard of weeds. I've heard that before.
Well, that's what it reminded me of instantly. I'm like, so that's what that was about. Is that the drug dealers of today are going to be nondescript middle-aged women who are radicalized to think that they're doing good by passing out, one of the highest, you know, hospitalization and death rated drugs, just because, like, is the thought that they're going without it is so much worse than them getting it. So it's just this weird thing where I don't know how they empathize with things so easily that are obviously, to me, it's an evil agenda. How could we rather people inundate themselves and stay in this crappy pattern that obviously leads to them freezing their ass off all in the winter or dying on the streets, rather than have them fight? If they fight and die, they died fighting. If they, it better than them just dying, not just dying one day, never knowing they were going to, and just like passing out on the street for someone to clean up. Like, I don't understand the thinking. It's honestly sick to me. It's demented. I don't I don't understand the idea of government passing out free drugs because people will go through withdrawals otherwise. It's just like, yeah, okay. And if I shoot myself in the knee, my knee's going to hurt really bad. If I, I'm going to have to deal with it. Though I don't understand how that was a bad analogy. It was a quick one, but it's just I don't understand. Would you then suggest to everybody that they just make the procedure for fixing a knee so everybody should shoot their knee? Like, is it just make the procedure for fixing the bad thing available? That's why is that our response? Our response should be to not have that available. Not to say take it away, like it can be available, but like just still to the same way that it's always been available. If you're searching it out and if you want to go have a terrible life, you should do it. The government shouldn't be funding it. It's And I'm not saying you should do that either. I'm just saying, as far as like rights go, I'm not saying that we should all be put into corners of the cities and told what to do, like I see happening. All of our square buildings that house 1,000 people, as long as they, follow the mandates and follow the building rules, they'll get all their coupons and the Section 8 housing stuff. And soon to be, 15-minute cities. This is all just like, the riffraff's not getting in. You look at like when Olympics come to town in these like third world countries, like it's the same kind of sickness, to where you have this government that's not willing to spend a dime to actually fix or help the problem. And by all means, their constitution more than likely doesn't say that they have to or should, but people are ignorant of that and they still think that government is their father and mother and they should be doing that. And so they don't do anything for themselves. But, they come in and they build all these Olympic stadiums, and just right outside is just dying people screaming. And so it's like during the broadcast, they got to like put their loud music on and have diffusers for the noise that's going on outside. Well, all the rich and affluent people come to watch the spectacle, or if we're talking about last Olympics, watch the ritualistic Satan dance choreographed that they like to, that they did, and the gay trans last supper thing. I don't know, whatever that, you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
like, just imagine that the gallantry and the money being spent for that, and there's just like someone needs a few crumbs out there. Like, actually, they're not druggies. They actually just need a piece of bread for their families, just to like give them hope. But whatever. Anyway, it's there's microcosms and macrocosms of that everywhere, and I get to see the little microcosm of, just in my little neighborhood, but that's just one neighborhood in Portland, and Portland is absolutely trashed. And, there's a lot of places like where I live, near where I live, and that symptom's not being alleviated. And the people who are under those symptoms aren't doing anything to help alleviate it for themselves either. And so you have this like, yes, I want to help them, but I want a reason to help them. And I don't know. The people I see aren't like these. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really honestly hard to say. It's not if I for me to put myself in their shoes, I'd have to go shoot up a bunch of fentanyl and say goodbye to my family like they did. So I don't know. I guess I'm not willing to do that. So I don't know what's really going on in their head, but maybe they are just like this government screwed them over more than most people. And I could believe that, but it's like you got to have a will of your own. And so it's this terrible situation where people who could help don't want to help because they don't want the help. And you try to give them a sandwich, they'll slap it out of your hand because they wanted only money. It's like, it's just crazy. It's craziness.
Yeah, I mean, and the way they've gotten us here, it we're talking about, all the reasons people are, homeless and what's going on too. And we all know the economy is 100% fake and it's 100% phony. And, a dollar bill is only worth 3 cents. Um, and, what's interesting to me too is, like you're saying how they're, they push the fentanyl and the fentanyl is taken over and stuff. Because, you know, drugs are, an interesting topic. And, what even are a lot of drugs. And, another, like I said, I just smoke weed. So it's like, um, I used to drink a little bit, but, I don't do that anymore. So it's like, I've just stuck with the weed always. So it's like, other people, they're gonna do the fentanyl, they're gonna, take advantage of it. They're gonna do, you know, heroin or coke or something else or whatever they're on. Um, interesting drug is like DMT. DMT, everyone that takes it, they experience the same exact hallucinations. Um, so you have to wonder, it's like, what's going on with, even DMT. Is that like is that like a interdimensional, intergalactical, experience? Is that, dealing with dimensions and portals, and, because everyone's having the same experience, seeing the same exact thing, um, while taking it. So you have to really wonder what these drugs are doing and what they allow you to do. And, um, what's really going on with them. Why certain things get pushed. Like I said, I've never done DMT or anything, but it's always sounded really interesting to me. Um, maybe it's proof we're in a simulation or something, or reincarnation. I don't know, but um, a big thing, because where I'm from, obviously Wisconsin, alcohol it's like the number one state for alcohol. Um, It's like the third most obese state too. So it's like you have tons of obesity, and then you have alcohol and alcoholism, and you have combining with so much mental illness and anxiety and depression, and um, they create these recipes for disaster, and everywhere is different. Some areas it's they don't really push the alcohol, but like where I'm from, it's like there's nothing to do, there's nothing there. It's like there's more bars than there is people. It's like there's what else you gonna do? And a lot of people, a lot of people smoke weed and they're on other drugs, meth or heroin or whatever it's gonna be. But um, you know, they've you know they've made people they've normalized anxiety, they've normalized depression, they've normalized mental illness. And you know this wasn't you go back to the 90s, early to mid 90s, and even the early 2000s, you didn't really see you know many depressed people or people that had a lot of anxiety or a lot of mental problems. Most people were pretty normal. And you know they've promoted this stuff, and they've pushed it in so many directions, because you have so many people. It's like they're battling you know alcoholism, or they're battling their you know heroin or fentanyl or whatever they're on. And and they have the combining with all these mental illnesses. And you know and like I said, where I'm from, it's Wisconsin's like the most alcohol, the biggest alcohol state. You know, so many problems there, and the way they push it and promote it and stuff. Um and then because like in certain states everything's different too. Like in Wisconsin, like um because I've had like a couple weed possession charges, and then like what they'll do is they'll fine you like seven, or it's like I think they were like $350 for like the weed, and like 350 for like the pipe. So like they'll take the weed and the pipe from you, and then you got to go buy weed and pipe again. I've had a couple, so like I've had, so you can add that up. It's like 700 or 750 $150. So it's like I've had like $1,415 in fines. But you can go to they'll sell paraphernalia, and they'll have like stores for it, where you can just go walk in and buy it. But then if you walk out with it and you get caught with it, you know, then they charge you for it. Then it's illegal, but it's legal to go in there and buy it. So the way they promote this stuff and take advantage is, very interesting the way they do it. Um, you still got so many states, haven't legalized weed. People still get in trouble for weed. Um, Other states, you don't really have alcohol being that big of a problem. Other states, it's, it couldn't be worse. So, you know, everywhere kind of has its division, its divide, how they want to, take you down. Um, with these all these problems. And you know like I said, with the push of anxiety and depression and mental illness, um the way they've beat people down, it's amazing to have watched it got as bad as it has. But um the division is just it's just at an all-time high. I mean, people have never been so miserable. They've never wanted to not be here. People don't, you got suicides are off the charts. um People killing themselves. People don't want to deal with the world and be part of it. And you have this um way of like there's so many people that just that they may have mental illness or anxiety or depression, but a lot of people they'll never really you know, even know they have it or even want to deal with it. They'll just keep drinking. They'll just keep doing whatever they've been doing, and they're just going to stay stuck in that path. And you'll just watch these people kind of self destruct down the line. It's really something. And It's kind of like too with, because people are, they're more lonely now than ever. You have, more lonely people. You got, um, just, massive division on every front, on every line. I mean, it's so you have all these interchangeable agendas at hand, and you know it's amazing to have watched it in my life, because it's like, you go back to the 90s, early 2000s, most people were still pretty happy, pretty normal. you know Things, seemed to, uh they had a nice flow, and now you just look at everybody, and everybody's, just fucked up on some level, and it's just like everybody is, you know is just doing bad. And it's like, and if, maybe, people are somehow getting over that, you just look around, you just look how many fat people there are, look how many obese people there are, look how many fat kids there are, obese
Mhm.
kids. I mean, look at how many, you know they don't have any, real parents, or, maybe their parents are fat and obese, or they're, alcoholics, or, they're mentally ill. So, you just have this, um atrocious society, that just pushes and promotes this stuff. It's just so disgusting, because you have, most people, they don't have any shame. They'll just do whatever they're going to do, and they're going to act like everything's normal. But, it's anything but normal. It's like, um you, you know kids are 5 years old, and they weigh, close to 200 pounds. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, how this has happened. And you have so many people, it's like, these kids, they weigh as much as me, and they're like 5 years old. But you
Mhm.
look at the parents, and they don't even see anything's wrong. They act like it's just a normal day. I mean, what do you mean? My kid's gut is the size of Alaska. What do you want me to do about it? Like, my gut's the size of Russia. What do you want me to do about it? It's like, they're not going to do anything about it. They're just going to accept it. And, and if obesity, and if you somehow, maybe, uh, you're not fat and obese, or, your kids aren't fat and obese, well, maybe you still have some kind of major mental illness, or anxiety, or depression, or other things. That's the biggest thing I see with society today, especially younger people. Um, People my age, it's like, you don't have a, you know, you don't have a healthy, stable society. I mean, how many, people in college, um, you know, that are, or in high school, don't even know how to, can barely read or write, or don't know basic facts. People in college that should be super smart, they don't know basic, knowledge, or, um, don't know basic stuff. It's just, the way they've divided people, there's never been, so much, uh, division, uh, and technology's played a huge role, obviously. Um, it's, you go back, the first smartphone came out in 1992, and it was released for purchase in 94. Um, of course, smartphones and phones weren't anything like they were nowadays. The first iPhone came out in 2002, or I mean, 2007, was released in 2007. So obviously that's played a huge role in the divide, and with, the cell phone and technologies, um, really kind of exploding around 2008, 2009, 2010. Um, Everybody getting, the smartphone or the iPhone or whatever they were going to get. But, it's bled into other areas too, because, with the internet, you have so many different outlets, social media, dating sites. These are the big things that have really kind of destroyed, society. Because a lot of people can say, and they'll blame, pornography, but, porn has been around since the beginning of time. It's always been around. The Egyptians, it was around then. It was around other ancient civilizations, societies. But it's more so it's like the social media, the dating sites that have really destroyed, the bond, especially between men and women, and have increased the divide in a major way. And this is something where you go back to, like I said, my childhood. This stuff wasn't a thing. It wasn't around. You didn't have it. And you had to go out and meet people. You had to go out and talk to people. You had to go out and know people. You experience people in the real world, in the flesh. um, Now now everything is through the internet. So it's created a completely different society, and now you have uh, things that used to be really just basic and normal. You go on a date, and it was easy to, wasn't that hard to you know have a relationship, or you know get married, have kids, start a family. Now they've kind of taken all that away. And you, you know men and women have never, men and women have, it's so crazy right now, because there's way less people ever not having sex, not procreating, not dating. There's way more lonely people now than ever. And this is huge for the agenda and the depopulation, because there's no sign that there's going to be, a resurgence, especially, with the gay and the transgender stuff that they've done. you know I mean, especially this, this being, a newer thing too. And like I said, you have um other things too, like OnlyFans that just started in 2016, like November, like, so it just started blowing up in like 2017. um that's another new thing, now too. All these people, um it used to be just like, there was just the porn stars, but now it's like everyone's just going to be a porn star. Everyone's just going to do it. So now you have everybody, you know, jumping into this and taking part in it. So it's like, we've gone through these transitions in society, but it's like, um, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with, you know, people can do whatever they want to do. If you want to be a prostitute, a stripper, a porn star, you want to do porn, whatever. I mean, I have no problem that you do what you want to do. But like I said, the stuff's always been around, but there's never been, the division we have in society is so immense today. And um, it's amazing, how many, like I said, how many people are, not dating. They're not, having sex. They're not, wanting to get married, not wanting to have kids. And what nobody understands and sees, that's very obvious to me, is that everything is being pushed back. You used to just, you did things at a young age, you worked hard, you made it, you got married, you had kids, probably around, the age that I'm at now. 29, 30, by now you pretty much had a family. you know well, with society and where it is today and where it's going, um you know things are being pushed back. I mean, people are going to have to wait till they're 40, 50, 60 years old to date, or have sex, or have kids, or get married, have a family. So, you know they're pushing things so far back in people's life, and really just removing them completely. um and a lot of people don't even see it or won't even call it out. It really blows my mind where it's at, because um it's happening so fast, happening so rapidly. The society, the collapse, um all the stuff, just that, you never thought, years ago, we would be, seeing the people we see out in society. People don't even look the same like they used to. People don't even look the same. You know Majority of, women, like I said, they used to be, smaller. They used to be, uh, around like the 120 pound kind of skinny mark. Now they're all looking like they're, 170, 200, 300 pounds, and they're all, if they're not fat and obese, it's like you have just these like bigger women, these bigger girls. or there's so many that are just, they work out now, they want to be like men, they're taking steroids, um, they're taking the competitive edge, they're taking this competitive angle that you really never, I mean, there might have been a couple back in the day that might do it, but now it's like this is what they all want to do. I mean, I've been, out and I've seen like, and I've gone in like, like the Starbucks, like Ubering a couple of years ago at the by Pike's Place Market there, and I go in there and there's like 20 women in there, and they're all like between like 6 foot and 6'5". They're just like these big giant women, and they're just like built bigger, and they're just it's a weird society.
Snoo
Um,
snoo.
yeah, I saw this one chick one day. She was DoorDash, and she was like 6'9". It was just like, I'm like, what? How are you DoorDash? How do you even live around here? What am I even looking at? It is crazy, man. I'm like,
You can just walk there faster than drive. That's all. Jeez.
yeah. I mean, it's just what we see in society is just it's mind blowing. I mean, um, but yeah, I mean, there's such a division between you have toxic masculinity, and toxic men, and toxic feminism, and toxic women, and um you have all these things you would never hear about before, and now you know, now people don't know, well, what is a man? What is a woman? And people just want to be whatever they want to be and whatever they think it is. It's just, it's a crazy society. And then, um, you know, to me, it's like, you know, like I was saying, how do I look at um, like the future of like the kids, and, you know, what are kids going to have? What is the future for the younger people, the younger generation? What are they going to have? What are they going to do? Because you have you know the parents right now that shouldn't be parents, or you know you have these people that they don't want to date, they don't want to get married, have kids, so you're going to have population decline. But then you have the people here now, a lot of them, they're gay, they're transgender, they're hooking up with the same sex, they don't want to date, they don't want to or maybe they don't have the money, so the money system comes back into it again, the money you know currency, and not having enough money to get married, um and have kids. And then you have to look at the way it's designed. I mean, if you get divorced, I mean, it favors the women. If you have a kid, it favors the women because the man has to pay child support. So, and most women, they're making more money than men now, so that's another reason it throws everything off, because the women are doing way better. And there's never been a better time to be a woman, there's never been a worse time to be a man, because
Good
you
luck
know
telling a woman that.
yeah, and that's the divide right there. I mean, the women are, eating this stuff up. Like I said, I mean, you know, it's crazy what they've done to divide people on such simple levels. I mean, you know, you would have never thought, people would be so just bothered by, oh, you called me a woman, oh, you said female, oh, you're this sex, oh, you're that sex. It's just like, what's going on here? What has happened? you know like, this used to be so chill. I'm a man, you're a woman, we just do our thing. But oh, now it's got to be something completely different. It's like, you know what is going on? It's just like, that's what really gets me. It's like, I look at this stuff and it's just like, oh, Taylor Swift is so devastated because Kamala lost, and oh, the women. And it's just like, they have everybody on these strings. And you know just watching all this go down, it's insane, because you know y- you just never thought, like, in all the the men now, that they're like I said, the majority of men are killing themselves, they're depressed or suicidal, and they don't want to be here, so they're dying. And so it's going to be, it's like this kind of you know female dominant uh role that I'm really seeing emerge. But you know it's weird because um there's nobody that's like it's like I said, I'll go to the gym and it's like, I'll look at, the majority of people in there. It's like, there'll be some like, just like bigger women, bigger girls, but there's, you get your gays, your transgenders, your gender fluids, whatever they want to be. You got, women taking roids, wanting to be like a man. And um, it's just crazy. I mean, and just what I see out in society, I mean, it's just like it's like I said around here too. I mean, all you see around here is women. I'll be Ubering around, driving around, walking around. It's none but women. There's women out, doing whatever, you know, driving around, hanging out, walking around, um, walking their dog, playing with their cat. But it's like, where's all the men? Where's all the guys at? There's like no men outside anymore. I don't know where they went, what they're doing. So, I mean, it's just crazy. Um, and like I said, you got men now, and they don't even know. It's like, what are they? I mean, they're they're changing their sex. They're acting like women. Um, they don't even know. They don't know if they're a man or a woman. That they want to be a woman because you know women make more money. Women are being pushed. There's never been a better time to be a woman. It's like so. It's just crazy. I mean, it is a very wild time that we are living in where things are going.
Yeah, and to your point, it just kind of like spurred a train of thought for me just now, because you have these feminist talking points that women are oppressed in all these different ways, and I'm not saying there aren't ways. It's like what we should really be thinking about is the government oppressing us all, but um, you have these like talking points that embolden women as a whole, or so it appears on social media and whatever else, and through your potential people that espouse the same beliefs all of a sudden. But what would be why would a man want to be a woman? It's like if are they is that what they want? They want to be oppressed and they want to be it's it's like it's almost like, why would a woman transition into being a man? So what, you want to oppress women? What's going on with you? Why is it you just want to oppress women, huh? You're just going to switch teams and start oppressing the women, huh? And then if a guy switches teams, it's just all like, why would you want to be? Why that makes no sense. Why would you, not to say that you are necessarily an oppressor, but why would you sign up to be guaranteed oppressed? Because if you're a woman, you're getting oppressed. That's just your lot in life is just straight oppression from the moment you're born to the day you die. That's what I've seen, and that's what all the women have also dealt with. So I was joking before too. I was saying that one of these days I'm gonna whip out my white cis man, uh whatever what do they call it when you have my white cis man privilege card, and just use it right near the end. So I'll ride and I'll be your ally, you know. But I'll never get rid of that card that's in my back pocket that I just have never used up until now. I'm 34 and I just haven't used it, just been poor, just had a shitty life, had to deal with all the government stuff that everyone else has to deal with. But apparently I've been thriving. It just took, people that don't know me to tell me. And now I know. Now I know I've just been, oppressing every woman I've met, and that I just from my presence alone, just not giving them their space, and it's just, yeah, that's, and if you go by what the government lets you see, or the systems let you see, and and push onto you, then you mobilize and you have this like negative sentiment towards women, and vice versa. And you'll never see the joke in the middle of it all, that neither side should be looking upon the other with disdain for the reasons we do. Maybe there are some reasons, but they're definitely not the ones. It's like, especially not people you don't know and everything. You shouldn't have this like sweeping ideas of any group of people that group in a scientific term, like a phylum, genus type term, not like you know, you, nobody should have a sweeping idea of like all of women. That makes no sense. That makes as much sense to me as like them saying they know what happened 2.5 million years ago. It's just like, how can you know that? Like how you can't know what 50 million or what 70 million people are thinking or wanting or doing or anything like that. And that's how this division really takes hold, is that it's so easy to play into the victim mentality on both sides. For men, it's they see this they see this as like a rubber band effect, but I think I'd hazard you to find 5 white men that have benefited from this said oppression or this, white privilege. You know, you can point to celebrities and like known people, okay, but that's a whole different type of privilege, sure. But even let's just benefit of the doubt, let's just call it white privilege since we're talking about white people mostly. I mean, that's not your average person. So then you take that sentiment and you would apply it to every person you see, which is going to be mostly white anybody in this country, because that's what we are mostly. That's just statistics. And yeah, you're going to have this strange um force-fed idea of this whole group of people when in reality, most more than, potentially nowadays it's harder to say that because I have this idea that I take from being a 90s kid and you know knowing a lot of dads that came to the school and all my friends that I go around and hang out with, like I was the one without the dad. So it's like from outside, and it's not like I was misfortunate in that, but I technically am. But for the things that could have gone that way, but that wasn't my dad. He wasn't like that for me. So to say that I like missed out on something, it was probably better he wasn't there. But not that I have like negative sentiment towards that or anything. Um, I was actually one of the only sibling that really didn't take this like the easy like movie made negative sentiment towards the dad that left early. I mostly didn't care. I was doing other stuff, but I don't really feel the effects of that. I pretty much raised myself, and but never mind that. You know Men and women need we need to start eliminating these force fed stereotypes that were literally fed to us through the media, that we did not come up with these ideas on our own. We did not, most people don't have an oppressive white man that's just holding them down. Like, where is that happening? Like, what are we talking about? Work? What are we talking about? Like, where are these whip wielding people? I don't understand. Like, it's not like I've just been floating at the top, just unaware of the plight of the people below me. I'm at the bottom pretty much. So where are what? I'm not. It hasn't been me, and if all the women around me are doing better than I am, it's really hard to explain that to me. But then at the same time, you have men leaning into that as well, and you have like you said, there's the easy way outers, and then there's the uh like drastic measure types. It's like there's no in between logic. There's just high emotion. That's what's leading both sides, and that's really dangerous because men with high emotion, that's war. Women with high emotion, that's what I would say is kind of the more psychological aspect of things, because your mothers the mothers this isn't to just say that all women need to be mothers and they need to be in the kitchen, and then this isn't what I'm saying, but like the idea is that a mother has the more nurturing side to balance the man's brawn and intuition to protect and stuff like that. And this isn't just a parrot red pill talking points, and that's what it's so frustrating that all these things have been co-opted that is really common sense wrapped in nonsense. They take an idea of common sense and they wrap it in nonsense. So if you start saying anything about traditional marriage, people would be like, "Oh, you're this." It's like, "No, I have these thoughts on my own. I am not anything. This is what I think, and this is what I've seen, and this is what I know." This but you have these, you know, women that are like mobilized and so militarized in their thinking that it's so unlike them. And if if they were able to like exit their body and take, maybe go, enter their childhood mind again and see what they were doing in the real time, I think that would be something profound. Because same for men, obviously, because there's no way that your child self would be like proud or want to jump back into that body. They'd be like, "Oh, hell no, I ain't going into that psycho. I don't know what I turned into." They would be an adult real quick in that moment because they wouldn't I imagine they would not be able to process what they're seeing nowadays. Like, how did I turn into that? How did playing in the backyard and the frivolous nature of life turn into that? And the answer is the systems we are under, the psychological systems we are under, and the more we placate to them, and the more we fall in line with each and every system that they push out there. You were talking about cell phones. Well, you know, the boom for you was you were a little bit younger than I was. So this real cell phone boom didn't really hit until I was out of high school. I saw the start of it. The start of it was when I was in high school, and that was still, flip phones and like slider phones were the coolest thing. Internet was like archaic on a phone. It barely did anything. And it's weird. It's like that was a complete blessing. It's like, yeah, it would have been better if even that didn't exist, but man, it's a lot worse than what exists now. Holy hell. Who thought this was a good idea? It doesn't, you don't have to listen to Steve Jobs, who says every person should have an iPhone in their hands. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to keep up with the Joneses. Not everybody has to do everything that they did in order to put these devices in all the kids' hands. It's wrong. We know it's wrong. And what is the ripple effect from that is, still yet to be calculated and quantified. It's only going to get worse. Um, yeah, it's really hard to fight this new nature that's been set upon us for the human race. You have these clandestine organizations, World Economic Forum, Bilderbergs, Council on Foreign Relations. You have all these people setting the rules for for the chessboard. They do simulations that are called. They play them. They play them out. They it's a tabletop game for them. Literally, that's how it's played out, and that's how they treat it. It's like a big D&D session, only the effects are uh um worldwide scamdemic and uh you know sweeping changes in and who else, how come we're not talking about this this idea more, the correlation between this rise of LGBTQ and anxiety, depression leading into that, and you know the effects of the trauma from not even if you necessarily got the poke, but just having to live through that as a child, seeing when you're stripped of seeing your parent potentially divorce your other parent, seeing the loss of love over an election or not doing the poke or all these different things we've had to make choices over at a nucleus of the family level. As a child, you see that, and what hope does that instill in you? What does that make you want to be a proud uh card carrying member of society? No, that gives you that that starts to wedge into your it just starts to widen that wedge that eventually the government wants nice and wide enough so that they can slide right in there and provide all the protection and safety and love that in their form that they feel like they're missing and that they are missing. And a lot of people don't see things for exactly necessarily what they are. Like, yeah, I'm sure that there's negative health risks and side effects and all that stuff too. 100%. I think that could be a large part of the agenda, but the large agenda that that leaders have been dip, dipping their feet in and been part of for forever now has to do with a lot to do with eugenics and obviously, you mentioned it, depopulation. And can they just, without having another world war, that a real one, I should say. I mean, not to say, I think we probably classify what's going on and around the world already as world war. We just don't do it. But just having sweeping loss of life on the scale of say a World War I, that might not be as feasible with the type of people that exist today. So how do we deal with them? We convince them to deal with it themselves. We convince them that, the slop we feed them is is good enough. We convince them that the things they take in are what they're supposed to be taking in. We convince that, and then once they're convinced, they're the shining light onto their kids that even if they succeed in this society right now, you got a fucked up parent teaching a fucked up kid. If they fail, you got a fucked up kid because their parents failed. It's a win-win for the agenda and the malleability of these next generation is going to be, they're going to be blank slates. They're going to be trauma blank canvases for for whatever the um elites and the world leaders want to imprint on the next generation in order to get their next agendas out. And these agendas, we could talk about what they are and the ins and outs of them, but I really truly believe the depopulation, just like the Georgia Guidestone said, this is for the world, the next world. This is for, we're living in a current version of the world, and we seem to think that we're so important that it was so long ago that we've been doing this for millions of years, as science would say. I don't believe that for even a second. And I don't think it was that long ago that there was a different world being lived, a world of people that didn't know that it was going to come crashing to an end in sweeping fashion. And we're headed towards there, and we're making no improvement, and we're not showing any fight, and we're just going along with all these agendas, so much so that there is no need for a world war. The war is already being fought in our mind, and we're losing in dramatic fashion.
Yeah, and the polarization has never been so high. I mean, um, it's like there's never been a worse time to be, a white man. It's like that's what they're really targeting is the white man. It's like, um, you know, the white men. It's like that's destroy the white man and bring him down and get him down, and it's really crazy watching all this. It's kind of like kind of what 2020 was, with the reflections of 2020, um, because obviously with that it's like it's everybody kind of took that a different way. It's like with the the lockdowns, and then there was nobody on the roads. It's like I was out Uber and driving around, cruising around in my car, but I was pretty much by myself. There wasn't many other people outside. There wasn't any people to contend with. So, I basically had the whole city to myself. And, as you're out and about by yourself, it's like, it's interesting because you think about it, it's like, well, you know, they can get people to go along with it because it's like, well, look at that. Now, oh, now there's no traffic, right? There's no traffic. So you don't have to compete with the traffic. So now everything's easy. It's just, you can just fly around, you don't got to contend with nothing. So, something that small plays a huge role into what they do. It's like, cause they're like, oh, we got them all stressed out, all worried, they're all, some people are pissed off, people aren't, but it's like, just to kind of even things out, well, the people that are out and about, they won't have to, there won't be any clusters, there won't be any cluster fucks, there won't be much traffic, you won't have much to compete with. So it'll be easy, smooth sailing there. So they kind of, it's really multifaceted and very flexible what they do, um, to get people to pick certain sides and go along with, certain agendas, and, um, how to, you know, get people to like embrace the lockdowns or COVID or go along with it. Because if you got good things coming out of it, oh well, then it ain't so bad, or oh well, at least I have this. So it's like the way they put it for you. It's it's just like me. I was traveling around, driving around. It's like, and you talk to some people, and even people in Seattle, and they knew things were up, something was up, and it was bullshit, or was the government. It was just so weird watching everybody react to it a bit differently. Everyone having kind of a different take on it. Um, and I think that was the biggest thing with COVID. It was such a multifaceted, massive operation, and um, to get people to, um, in another big division too, like uh, they brought in it too because it's like I was saying how the sexes are all divided now. Well, and another major thing that divided dating and the sexes was the vaccine, because now it's like that's a now it's like before COVID it was like it was never like, oh, I'm vaccinated, oh, you're not, oh, did you get the vaccine, or oh, did you are you pro vax? Like that wasn't a thing before COVID. It was, but now that's a whole nother level. That's a whole other stake they drive in there, and then they wedge that in there, and it's like, oh well, now this is gonna be another thing that's gonna divide people, because it's like, oh, some people are gonna be vax, people are going to be pro-vax, people are going to be anti-vax, people are going to be at each other over this. So it's a perfect way to step in and create that wedge. And um and it's just like everything else, like I said, with 2020, it's like what COVID really did, because for what it was, and to where we are now, you sit back and you watch how people handle that and what they did. But you know it's like I said, it's like with COVID, so many people embraced COVID because it's like, well, man, I don't really want to work, so now I can just sit home and not do anything, get paid for it. Oh, now I hate dealing with people. I hate there's so many people out. Oh, now there's no one out. It's easy to get by. It's easy to go do things. you know or oh, I kind of like wearing the face diaper. I think I'm just going to keep it on forever. And now you have the people that now every time you see them, they got the face diaper. They're masked away, they're covered away, they're hooded up, and they're just out of here. So they're just taking people out of society. And like I said, those were normal people, and they just got people to you know embrace stuff. I mean, and some people, I mean, like I said, they're like, oh, I just can't wait to walk in there and get the hand sanitizer. I just can't wait to go put that on me. It's just now people are obsessed with hand sanitizer. So, a lot of people before they wouldn't even give a fuck about hand sanitizer. It wasn't even a topic of discussion. Now it's like, oh, I better have some of that with me at all times. You never know when those pesky germs are going to get you. So, they add that layer in there of just, and like I said, the polarization of everything, and the dynamic they've used, because obviously COVID, like I said, all the people, it's like, well, it's pretty hard to kind of date that time, it's like, or, find people to date or go on a date because, everyone's locked down and, you know, COVID mask on and you can't see people's face and, everyone's social distancing and, some people, that were alone just, or had maybe a partner, they just took the time to, you know, make porn or have sex or, maybe one partner didn't want to do anything because of COVID. So, it divided their relationship. Maybe they broke up or got a divorce because of it, or the vaccine. So, you know, it- you have to look at that aspect too, how everyone handled it and took it different. Some people, took advantage, of just being alone, had nothing to do with people. It drew them apart, broke them apart, you know. Oh, I can't have sex with you. I can't date you. Oh, COVID's everywhere. Oh, it could be germs on that. Look out. So you just have people going crazy from every direction. Uh, and it's like I said with the whole Trump thing too. I mean, with Trump, with his presidency, uh, divorces skyrocketed. There was more divorces under Trump than any other president. Um, he made the divorce rates go way up, and obviously pushing for the polarization. Everyone at each other against each other. Um, and like I said, we're talking about the four B's. No sex with men, no giving birth, no dating men, no marriage with men. The four B's: gender, critical, radical, and feminist. Uh, now you have all these, you know, in what they're doing with the Trump thing, people, taking sides, getting divided, women, oh, I'm going to shave my head and I hate men because Trump, and now they push this narrative, people are going to go down that road. Um, and they're going to go down that route, but, you know, or people are going to, they're going to just sit around and wait for the next selection if there is a next selection. Um, but where I'm kind of at with it too, it's like, to me, I don't feel like, uh, you know, to me, it's like where we're at. I don't really see there being another selection in a lot of ways. I kind of feel like, um, with Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, where they have everything, I feel like Trump could definitely probably be maybe the final president. Um, and it goes because there's so much prophecy here, and there's so much perfect gematria, and like we're talking about tonight with the sports and everything being such a perfect ritual and a perfect mockery, um, and how it's just at an all-time high. Everything just seems to be uh, leaning that way in a massive way. Um, and like I said, with Trump, you know, I can't see there being another president after Trump because we've never had anybody like Trump, and we've never had a president, where other presidents have come and gone, where it's we've had you know Bush or Obama or Bill Clinton or something, but it was always kind of a 50-50 split or pretty close. With Trump, there's never been anybody that's been so polarizing, but so many people that have been on his side and that have pushed him. So, you know, you look at the possibility that, we don't get another selection, that he is, the last president, you know, ever, and there won't be an inauguration 2029. It's just going to be um a Trump till the end. And it's really interesting because it all goes hand in hand with what we've been talking about. And there's a lot of ways this could go down. I mean, because you have, and like I said, there could be a Joe Biden death here, maybe on 11/27 or 11/28. Um, maybe we get something, with that, and then Kamala steps in or something for a little bit. Uh, Another really interesting point is I think January 19th um, is going to be interesting as well because that's the day before the inauguration. 119, the 19th day of the year, um, and of course we know Republican equals 47, Democrat equals 47.
The
Trump
list
was
is staggering.
Trump was both. So and then Trump right now is 78, just like Jesuit. Um, so he has all the perfect numbers, and it's no different. It's like the Jesuit's birthday being September 27th. And it leaves 95 days left in the year, and then of course of course that would be Google's birthday. It's the birthday of Google. So
Yep.
and of course Ignatius of Loyola, founder of the Jesuits, equals 201. Died at age 65. Society of Jesus equals 56. 79. Paris, France equals 56, and same exact cipher, 110. 70, you got France equals 47, 29, 34. Paris equals 63, 27, 72, 36. You have all the reflections there, showing you who runs the show. It's all synced up with Trump, in such a major way. Um, and even today is an interesting day because it's 10 years since like I said, Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters put out Sonic Highways in November 10th, 2014. It's already been 10 years, and that's the birthday of the Marines. And you write out Marines, it equals it's an exact four-cipher match with William and Nirvana. It's really interesting. 79,
47.
yeah, 47, 110. Of course, you write out policemen. It equals 47. Policeman equals 47 and 88. So either way you write it, you get a 47. If you write men or man. And if you write man, like I said, you get the 47, the 88. White House, of course, 47. DC, 47 and 11. Judge and gavel, exact same four-cipher match, 47, 20, 88, 25. President, of course, equals 110, 47, 133, 52. Authority, 137, 47, 106, 52. Government, 133, 52, 137, and 47. So you have all these 47s, obviously syncing up and lining up with Trump. And of course, even split term equals 42, 111, 57. Split term president, 109, 89. And of course, he'll take, he'll be in 19th Congress for 2 years when he steps in. So, the 119th Congress there for 2 years, that might be key thing, the 2 years, the 119th Congress, what do we exactly get in that time? That's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. It's, and like I was saying too, with, Trump being, the prophecy and being prophesized, it's also, prophecy and prophesized that Pope Francis, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the Catholic Church's Pope is the current one is that he's supposedly going to be the final one, and of course he equals 201, 111. It's interesting, like Donald John Trump equals 220. It's like Kurt Donald Cobain, born on 220. He also equals 76. Cobain born in 67. The Reflection. It's kind of interesting. Then, like I said, Pope Francis is kind of like Francis Bean. Francis Bean Cobain, and then you have Pope Francis uh, equals 122, 175. And you get the 59, 58, like Freemasonry. Really interesting with Pope Francis. Francis equals 70, 34, 119, and 47. Um,
47 again.
yep. Pope
The
equals
ultimate authority to a large majority of people. He is the ultimate authority on earth because he is Christ incarnate.
yep.
What a crazy idea. Have you seen his sister? Let's go look at Christ incarnate's sister.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen her.
I mean, she's obviously a looker, right? She'd be, some sort of Adonis like he is. Just an absolute dude. Imagine, just trying to get into that family. This is the way in, fellas.
Oh yeah.
You talking about, move over, Oprah. I'm trying to get the Pope. I'm trying to get in on that Pope action. I'd be the quickest pauper to bishop ever. All you got to do is the big bullet. You know what I mean? Imagine being the Pope's sister. Imagine just being any sibling of a Pope. Like, what does that mean? Like, well, wait, so you're not my brother anymore. You're Christ. It's like, what a weird system of beliefs. You are Christ. You're not my brother anymore. You're someone totally different.
Yeah.
Sister remembers Pope when they were young. No, he's not. He wasn't the Pope when he was young. So she remembers Jorge. Say Jorge. Call him by his ugly ass name. But yeah, that's just I always thought that was funny. Maria. Oh, Maria. Of course her name is Maria. Of course her name is Maria. Any other name would make zero sense unless it was literally Mary. That's the only other name it could be. But like that's just insane. Of course her name is Maria. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, Pope equals 52, 25, 56, and 11. Um, of course, 56, 11, you get the 52, 25, the Reflections back to back. France is such an interesting name as well. Um, and it was so interesting too. It's, if you write out Stephen Grover Cleveland, the other split term president, it equals 110 as well. 106. Grover Cleveland 73 and 80. And of course, with Grover Cleveland, you had in his second, and final term there, you had the collapse of the economy, crashing, the system and stuff, and so you have to wonder is that looking like the way it's going to go with Trump? It's going to repeat the Grover Cleveland situation. We're just going to go through that again. Because that seems to be a big big part of it. I mean, especially with Trump, and hearing how he tried to buy the Buffalo Bills, the Bills, like money, and then you have the Damar Hamlin collapse, the collapse of the bill, the Bills, and then you got Trump, Mr. New York, Mr. Big Business, Mr. Egomaniac, to possibly usher this in if that's the way they're going. But yeah, and you have to really wonder. I mean, because with 2025 and obviously the year of the snake, um, the year of the snake. It's interesting when he read that when he read the snake poem. He read it. It was actually my birthday. It was my 22nd birthday. It was April 29th, 2017 when he read it, um, which is really interesting. Uh, I remember when he read that too, and going over it too in the year of the snake 2025, him coming back, um, and what to kind of expect, and kind of what I think is, might be coming. Is it going to be kind of that Grover Cleveland with the, that we're just going to, destroy the economy, crash that economy with our second term, just finish that off? Or do we have something else coming? It's, you have these ways they're kind of stretching this, uh, and it could be anything. It could be, people have been saying it's been a different energy since the election night, and since he won the election. Um, Things have been different or felt different since then. Um, Obviously, like I said, they told us and they promised us there's going to be a 9/11. This is going to be 9/11, sometime upcoming. Uh, and you have to, put all the pieces together. What makes the most sense, I think. And, obviously things are pretty quiet right now, and it seems like they're, leaning back, getting ready for something. In my opinion, it's just been way too quiet. Even the election was way too quiet.
Mm.
Uh, and we brought up, Republicans, are war candidates, and Republicans always kind of mean we're going to war and there's going to be a war, and we talk about, possible World War III, but we don't really have to do that. But you look at, um, you know, the guy they have in there. I mean, you know, Trump handed millions and billions his whole life and had to be, bailed out. And what does that tell you? I mean, the guy that's been handed millions and billions his whole life has to always be bailed out and helped by other people. So, you know, all this guy does just, fuck shit up. So it's obvious, he's been a massive failure his whole life, and that's all it's ever been. So you get handed millions, billions your whole life, and oh, I just blew all that money, I just didn't know what I was doing. And then you get handed millions, billions more, and you just keep blowing it and just keep fucking up, and you know getting bailed out. Well, that's pretty much where we're at now. And like I said, it's and they could change it up too. I mean, there could be some kind of natural disaster or something. It's a great way to shake things up. And because then who do you blame? You don't have anyone to blame. It's like, oh man, you see that big hurricane, that big twister, that big earthquake. What are we gonna do about that? Because the people are just gonna go, oh well, I mean, it is what it is. There's not
Mm.
gonna be any blame. So it kind of works perfect for their agenda if they're gonna go that route. Um, and then of course, you have you know the people that you know were told to you know oh, God told me to vote for Trump, God's gonna save me through Trump. Or you got the Christians and the religion divide angle on that. And and it's so frustrating because a lot of people just take the prophecy to all this, and that all this the prophecy lining up, and they just take it for what it is, and they just swallow it because they just think it's God and there's nothing we can do. But none of this the end of the world stuff doesn't have to be happening. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. The world is a stage. This doesn't have to be going on. um and the fact that it is going on is because the Illuminati, the Jesuits, the people that run the world, are making all this happen. And you know and then you have you know because they keep telling you civil war is coming, there's gonna be a civil war. Is it going to be us versus the Trumpers? Is it going to be people like us versus the Trumpers? People are going to do whatever Trump tells them to do, and they're just going to do it, and that's going to be it. And you know that's a possible way this could go as well. Um, because you have so many people. It's amazing. You have anyone that is still voting and voting for this guy of all people. I mean, there's never been a bigger loser in the history of the world than this guy, and this people are going to choose as their savior, their leader. So you know, it just shows you where humanity's at. It's not in a good place. And is 2025 going to be the year? It very well might be, but you know, you look at all the signs. I mean, the year of the snake, 2025, all the things they've been talking about, lockdown 2025. And, I was talking about the snake poem too. And, he read that it was Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It was Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So, more mockery there at Harris,
Mhm.
um, where that would
Oh,
be. It'd be on my birthday. You know what I mean? It's just going to be more of a mockery.
speaking of that, her father's name equals 201. 60 is kind of relevant too. I mean, the 201's big, with the whole list we have here with the Illuminati Order of Illuminati, Jesuit Order, Ignatius of Loyola, the first superior general of the Jesuits, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the birth name of the Pope, countless other 201s. But a lot of people call Kamala Harris's father Donald J. Harris, and that's the mockery right there. Is you know half her name is half her father's name is Trump's name as well, or at least his pen name. It's Donald J. Trump. Um, but no one's gonna. Hey, Donald J. Harris, how's it going? Hey, Donald J. No, it's his name is Donald Harris. Um, 201, 75. Interestingly enough, like um, like his daughter's purpose. Order out of chaos. 75. Like her father's name. 222. Like I have Kamala is. I gotta update my list. It's so this might seem President Kamala Harris 222. Uh, oh, I didn't need to get rid of that. Her current title, Vice President Harris 222. Uh, had a little list of all the 222s involved in her name. Um, she gave a keynote speech on uh, it had to do with abortion rights at this church, and it was on February 22nd, 222. She gave a speech on it had the headline of her speech was another 222. I just am blanking on it right this minute. Uh,
And of course, they have Trump. Trump can only beat and sweep the women in the elections.
mhm.
Trump and the fake. Then you have Trump. Sacrificing his wife by the numbers down the steps. Whether Trump pushed her or not, or whether Trump killed her or not. That was a ritual sacrifice by the numbers. And you have this total mockery stage of the selections. Trump only being able to beat the women. Losing, of course, to Biden, the one guy that was in there. So just a total clown show the way they got it.
Yep, and you got on Biden's like tour out of there, out of office, where he's basically just on vacation, just playing president, just going around and just doing stuff, not doing anything as a president. But he's already conceded that to Kamala, even though she didn't win this presidency. She's basically the president. That's what we're being shown, and that's what's going on. And he's just grinning the bit. He's like Joe Biden's just as happy as a clam right now, just like the happiest and in the best. Like that's what they. It's like, guys, wake up. They don't. There's no side that cares about you. This is all a psyop to get you to either play into what they want you to do or check out. And either way, that perfectly plays into their agenda of depopulation, or it helps indoctrinate the next generation into the ideology that you that you mimic. And yeah, so you mentioned the Civil War. A lot of these things, they don't have to be actual what we what we think of it, because that's nothing is actually like what we think of it. The pandemic that hit us, you know, that could be considered, warfare. That could be considered warfare. That could, you know, the terms are going to change. 10 years down the line, when the details emerge, people are going to be looking back on these things and say, that was war. That was, so it's hard to see it right when we're living in it. But, the Civil War could be something like, kind of like what you mentioned, like what is happening, the 4B movement versus the men going their own way. It's like, yeah, they're depopulating themselves. These people are idiots. They're just playing right into our hands. We don't want them, you know, having millions and millions of kids. We want them having hundreds of thousands of kids that we can control. And so that's what we're doing. And we're also at the same time losing our authority, and for good reason, with our children, because we're all out acting like a-holes and and living our selfish life thinking that we're the most important thing on the planet, when poisoning the well, and wondering why everybody after we drank is dead. And that's just no way to live. That's no way to view your life, your presence on earth, as short as it is, to think that it's meant for this, and that the people behind you don't matter as the people that you surround yourself in this moment. It's just the amount of selfishness and greed that is just in every facet of our life. These things need to start being extinguished, and it's going to take people that care, and that can see it first of all, and then that care when they see it, and that feel like, and they make it so hard, because telling somebody what we talk about, it's it's the psychological manipulation is just so deep that no one will even entertain it, let alone they'll take offense to it quicker than they will, just, "Oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for your," like, they won't even see the worry that that you present to them, for them, as like kind, at its core. They take offense to it. It's like the government can push you and pull you in every way possible through their talking heads on the screen, that never really actually do anything to you, that you just do to yourself, and you won't bat an eye. But if somebody, shows care, and want to help you, or to teach you about something, or show you something so you can avoid something that is potentially dangerous, or a manipulation, that's it's like you reject that idea, you reject them. It goes back to that, I can't remember who wrote it, but there was this philosopher who wrote about the shadows on the wall, and that there was like this experiment with the, basically, slaves, I guess. They are slaves, and they're not like made to do anything as much as they are just property kind of things. But all they've seen basically their whole life is through the in this cave that they live in, is like shadow puppets on the wall. And so their whole sense, I think it's an analogy more than it was ever real, obviously. But, or maybe not, obviously, who knows. But all they ever see is the shadows on the wall, the puppets on the wall, and so that's their world to them. But one day, they just release one of them. They just release one of the people being held, and he gets to go outside free. He gets to like see what's out there. He breathes in like the air and he's under the moon and he's under the sun. And he's like, what the hell is all of this? This is insane. And he sees that the people are behind the wall doing casting shadows and that they, none of that stuff is real. And his first instinct is to go tell his brethren that he had to live that life with, and they don't want to hear it. They want their shadows, they want their puppets, they want their what they're used to. And I think it really is an analogy for psychological, you know I think it's early psychological. You know how like nowadays people write papers. Well, in order to get somebody to understand the effects of like a psychological warfare, you analogize it. You make analogies for it, like take Art of War. That whole book is an analogy, or well, there is some like specifics in there, but a lot of it is analogies for uh, for a human psyche and how it handles specific different types of warfare. It's not about like running up and killing your opponent. It's about breaking them down internally so that you don't even have to do the run. You don't even have to run up on them. They won't even ever know it's you. And speaking of, the art of war, that's, you know, translated by a Jesuit monk and, or a Jesuit priest, one of the two. And there's no historical record of Sun Tzu, but that's a very, very popular book, especially with like I'm a alpha male. Better read Art of War. That's like necessary. That's gonna give you your edge. It's like, okay, what kind of sick people are we dealing with here? But yeah, and wrapping this thing up, what are you what are your thoughts on the next agenda? What's it gonna look like to you? You've kind of spoken on it a little bit, but let's try to end it with another semi prediction. And what do you see happening moving forward? What do you think the next big thing is?
Um, I have a couple ideas here for this. And I don't know if you just heard there was the fourth, apparently, a Trump assassination. I don't know if you heard about the latest right after he got elected. Um,
Something about it never really unfolded, but like people
right,
got Iranians or something like that got caught trying to they got foiled their plans. There was like two Iranians that planned on doing something.
right, and then and of course there was like that other third one, or where they said there was another one, and then of course there was the second one with the AK-47, Trump 47, and between holes 5 and 6 at the golf course, and of course there was the first assassination. The massive bullet to the ear on a July 13th, the 195th day of the year. So, and they've been knocking these out, since the first, and they've been doing one a month, or saying there's been one a month. So, um, you know, it's very hard to say what exactly they're about to pull, but it's obvious with everything that there is something massive about to happen and take place. I think things will look a lot different by the time we hit April, May, um, possibly even like February, March. And something could even happen this month. I think they have a lot to play with. Um, as far as that goes, uh, and you have to wonder, there's so much, with the cyber attack and the grid going down and the money, and with Trump, and like I said, with him being like over Cleveland and in the money and the current situation and crashing the economy, and um, destroying the dollar and digital currency and that push. So, you know, in with Snake Poem and everything in 2025, and um, he takes, like I said, Congress on, the 119th. It'll be the 119th Congress. He takes for 2 years, and He won the selection in 2016 on 9/11. This year he wins it on 6/11. See the reflection. Um, and like I said, he read that poem on my birthday in 2017 when I was 22, and that's the 119th day of the year. So, I mean, and they told you this one's going to be a 9/11. So, I mean, there couldn't be. I've never seen them put anything together like what they've been able to put together here recently with this, lining this up um, in such major ways, um, on so many levels. Um, I don't know if you've ever heard of the song "Get Some" by Chevelle. It's off the album "This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In," but uh, in the song he's talking about a blackout. He says, "Could this be the one?" Uh, I always thought there was something maybe to that song what he was talking about, or what was he talking about? I was always thinking about that. Is that the programming right there for the blackout, the cyber attack, the grid going down. Is that kind of the direction it's going? Because it seems like and we're saying too. It seems like there is no fight for life. It's there's no pushback. There's no recourse for anything. So you know and I wouldn't be surprised if they do go even like the disease X route or something, because you know this could be very multifaceted. If it really, I think it's going to be interesting to see if they implement agenda 2025. But I think with that 119th Congress extending to 2027, we might um, maybe see something happen in 2027, um, or in between there. But I think that you know obviously we're going to get a huge push here of something. There's going to be something major, because I mean, in my opinion, they got to do something soon, or there's going to have to be something that if you're going to own nothing by 2030 and be happy, and they're going to go with agenda 21 and agenda 2030, and put this thing together. I mean, I believe they're really close, but I mean, what exactly will be is it's hard to say, but there's a lot of things it could be. But I mean, when you look at it, to me, it's like, um, the cyber attack, the grid going down. That's, to me, that's at the top. Um, and I also see that the digital currency, and the economy crashing, and the Grover Cleveland thing. Um, that's also, to me, at the top. But you have at the same time, you still have everybody being deceived. Uh, the Trumpers and everyone that's on the bandwagon, and we all know weather warfare is going to get much worse. And that's they said it's going to be a really cold winter out here. I'm looking for them to take advantage. I think this winter is going to be huge. I think there's probably going to be some pretty cold weather everywhere, major winter storms. Um, people still not a lot of people still not getting the weather warfare, and the AI. I think that's going to be huge in 2025 and going forward, as the AI takeover, especially online with all the censorship, and AI bots, taking over as well. Um, I think that's going to be something that's going to be at the forefront. And I think, we're kind of entering this time where, I think things are really going to get crazy. I think, 2025 is kind of the real start. The inauguration is kind of the real start, the beginning of the end, I think. To me, is kind of what they're signaling. Uh, and like I said, I do wonder about 2029 and the selection, if we get a selection. Because I can't see it, anyone else but Trump at this point being the president. And I've said before, I don't even feel that Joe Biden really was ever the president. I kind of just feel it's been Trump, because all we've talked about is Trump, and it's Trump this, Trump that. It's you never hear about Biden, and it's just like they put Trump in there in 2017. That was the start, but I feel like Trump was still the president 2020 to 2024, and Biden's just kind of been like this distraction. Now Trump basically is getting a third term, you know, But to me, it just seems like it's kind of the end. I mean, could we see, two women going against each other, Republican, Democrat, 2029? It's possible, but any other thing than that, I can't see, and I can't see any other man really running for president at this point. I mean, it's like because now you've had the billionaire, you've had the ultimate polarizer, so it's like, and with the Pope Francis supposed to be the final pope, and all the connections, and uh, the only other thing I wanted to add in tonight too is that story, that Daryl Sheriff story, because this is another big thing about this I think that we're going to see a lot more of this type of thing, and I think this is exactly what we're talking about here with all this, because this is another one of these what the fuck stories, and um you know I got this sent to me, of course, by Vanessa, Gnostic Knowledge, and um I showed you
Shout
this.
out.
Yeah, I showed you this week, and this was sent me this during the selection on Tuesday. But yeah, I mean, Daryl Sheriff equals 78 and 84, like Jesuit, like Austin. Daryl equals 47, 119, 34, and 70. Um, Sheriff, of course, equals 44. I think he's got matching gematria with something, Daryl, but um, yeah, that 119, 47, 34, 70. I mean, it's and then you look at what they said. They said he was replacing a hydraulic line, and he gets buried alive. Um, Literally impossible. A hydraulic line is underneath the truck in the back. You wouldn't get buried with asphalt being under the truck in the back. I mean, in the asphalt, the way that it poured out and the way it looked. Um, Again, it's one of these deaths. How did they really stage it? What's really happening here? Um, how are they pulling it off? What is legit? These are the things you have to question. Um, and when have you ever heard anybody with the last name Sheriff? I mean, Sheriff. I mean, what kind of name is that? I mean, and the whole thing. I mean, he dies getting buried alive with asphalt in a ridiculous way that makes no sense. I mean, how would he have even been in the position to get buried? How would he even got in that spot? I mean, how do you just get buried? I mean, how would that have opened? How does this even happen? This isn't an accident that can even happen. And then, if you're placed on a hydraulic line, that you wouldn't have died like that. You wouldn't have died. You wouldn't have got buried at all. So, I mean, you have to wonder, did he even, you know, really die buried in the asphalt? I mean, what proof is there of that? I mean, and if he did, what made that happen? What or who made him get buried? Who caused this? What caused this? So yeah, this is these stories are just gonna shove down your throat, and um, I think this is going to be a huge thing. You're going to keep seeing stories like this and things like this because they really, I think they're about to really start fucking with people and shaking people up. And this is one of those stories you can do that.
Yeah, I agree. It's just this. Oh, the story breaks at 4:01, huh? And he's 41.
Yep, dies at 41 at 401.
I mean, yeah, just the mockery and the using the name, and of course, a sheriff announced his death. Um, what are they trying to say? See, look here. If you look here, this is the video I watched. This is the sheriff in Mississippi announcing sheriff's death to the news, and they show you these, like, what I hate to say. I don't like saying this kind of stuff or thinking this way necessarily. It's just I've seen it play out this way. I can't look at this. This is a set to me.
Yeah.
This is literally a set. This girl literally is looking at the camera. This is they've been told to all line up here. I've seen this stuff play out with, you know, crisis actors and certain things like that. It's like it's not just it doesn't have to just be like a large scale thing. This is you can just sometimes you can tell and God, I don't know. Maybe this is family and maybe this is a real story, but to me it's still staged to an extent. They still stage this site is insane. It's just like ads exploding.
Yeah, sheriff equals 44, like kill. Like, when have you ever heard of, someone with last name Sheriff?
Exactly. And then in a death that's announced by the sheriff, and this isn't going to have sound at all, but don't worry about that. I just kind of want to see the scene that they show you because, like, this is what this is all about. This is just, yeah, here we go. It says Warren on the back of this truck. Like, is this the truck?
They said
It's
he
like,
was picking up
like,
asphalt somewhere too. Like,
was
what?
he just like right under here? Because, like, otherwise, if this is not where he died, why are they doing this?
Right.
Like, why are they having his family? Like, they all look confused. There's not even a sad face in the crowd. They're just like, is Warren like a town that they're in? Like, this website absolutely is ass. Oh, Warren 83. Wow. Is that murders? All murders numbers? Oh. Oh. I wonder what happened here. Huh. I wonder what took place here. What took place to the good old sheriff.
Yeah.
This is, just like we were talking with that 47 on the hat. It's like they show you boom, Warren on the back, and then you got to understand these are staged photos. They have to get these things in the photos for their little ritual. So boom, Warren front and center. Warren once again. Oh my gosh, why can't I pause? What is this video player? This thing sucks. Why are they doing this outside a pop saloon? It's weird. Like, why are they doing that anyway? Just for posterity, I want to see what that. Not that this would matter. Eh, was that
It's got
not? Was that not close to his name? I can't remember. It was just Daryl. Oh, it's
Daryl is 70, 34, 119, and 47.
There's the 47, like Daryl. Do this interview outside of a saloon. But I mean, never mind. Like the gematria is always it's always telling. They always give it away and
Yeah.
everything like that. But even without it, it's like you can, in order to just wake up your mind. What are you seeing? What is natural about what you're seeing? You know, you see in their family. What they're saying is their families lined up. This is so frustrating. Like, what is this scene? If he died under that Dutch dump truck, why are they operating the dump truck? And like, what is going on? Why are
Right.
they operating the dump? What do they want them to relive the scene? This is how he died. It's because this went up here and watch this. Watch this hot asphalt land. Look how fast it goes. Look how dead you would be if you were under here. All right, family. Thanks for coming down. We got more work to do. We got to pick up all this asphalt that your your loved one was under and get it back on the truck so we can hit our delivery on time. It's cooling off too quick. Like, I don't understand, why would you have the family come and stand right next to the hot asphalt? Like, what is that? What is that doing? These are staged scenes, and you know they put on the truck. And how many times have we seen this? Patrick Dragon next to the, what was it, the 56 truck or something like that, the fire truck. Um, he died of COVID. He was like a 9/11 firefighter or something like that. One of the, a headline dying of COVID or coronavirus equals 56. I think that was the At least I remember he was like sitting next to Fire Engine 56 or something like that. They love to do this. They, down back to World War One, back to Franz Ferdinand's license plate. They love to like put these things in the background of their imagery that that tell the whole story. It's almost like a painting. How there will be little little nuggets and gems in the painting that aren't necessarily you wouldn't notice it just right off the bat, but if you know what to look for, that's why you can randomly type in. It's not random. I know I said random, but you know, they set a scene. There's an asphalt truck with Warren painted on it, and we're talking about an accidental death of a man. Well, when it's a 4 out of 4 cipher match with of course I know the murder numbers that this plays heavily, and you'll start to notice the 8338s a lot when they'll either be a 38-year-old, they'll die on March 8th, they'll die on uh August 3rd, or they have their ways about it, or he'll be 83 and no one will bat an eye. But if he's 38, that's interesting. But yeah, there's no denying in my head already that this is already a suspect story. It's suspect that you could get people to line up and either be his family or pretend to be his family. I don't know what they're paying you, but you are going against humanity. Crisis actors and all these fake out. It's like someone needs to get a hold. It's like I still remember when Zach. Do you remember the whole Alamo shooting?
Yeah.
It was like even on like the anniversary of the Alamo, and there was like a shootout or whatever, and then the guy fled to like his home where the police supposedly caught up with him, and Zach from Gematria Effect News, he literally drove out and like to confront the situation, and there was just a bunch of cops like setting up a training exercise. There was no, on the news, it's, oh, a big deal. Oh, he's holed up inside the house. This is a big deal. But Zach drives down there and there's no sirens, there's no lights on. They're all just getting their drones out to start flying them around and start doing their training exercises. He's like wondering what they're doing. And this is, of course, on Alamo Street on the anniversary of the Alamo. It's
Yep.
like, what in the world? You just see, and then, but not to mention, but what I meant to say is this happened at a Fred Meyer. And when he was at the Fred Meyer, he drove down to the Fred Meyer, there was people waiting outside to be interviewed, just like the most white trash looking people. And they're just like hanging out, just waiting to be interviewed. It's like, where are you? Where did you come from? Who are you? Why are you here just wanting to be interviewed about like what is going on? I was literally in a gas station that got held up. I didn't want to just sit there and wait to be interviewed. It's just such a strange thing that people would be willing to do this. And the pay either. I don't even think the pay is that good, honestly. I don't think it would take much. I don't think it would take much prying to get the kind of people you see as, I mean, just think about it, guys. It's back out of the programming, take a bigger look, and realize the times you've heard these people speak. The people who are there to relive the time for you. They are mocking you. They are saying this is what we think of you. This is what the average you is. They're not these people aren't eloquent. It's they make memes out of the people who give these news interviews. Like hide your kids, hide your wife. You remember that one? That was like a whole song they made. They're like, that's what they think of you. They think you're some like little trashy person that just like wants to get on the news because that means they're famous. Like they hate us. If you can't see that in the commercials, if you can't hear it in the radio commercials even, they hate you. They literally hate you. The Jesuit order, the government systems, top down, the elites, they hate you. They want nothing to do with you other than for you to keep the cogs turning so that they can keep doing what they're doing. There's no other, there's no befriending you. This isn't some like symbiotic relationship at all. This isn't like the guppies on a shark. That's that's even cute. This shit is not cute. We are the shit on their boot. And even then that might even be too nice. So we need to break out of this. We need to see things for what it is, like just a simple story that, Austin brings to me. And I haven't really done any real digging on it. I did do his name like you did, and um, a couple other things, but I hadn't watched that like video. So that was like real time seeing that video with that dump truck with that says Warren on all sides of it. Warren kind of sounds like warrant, and you got
Yeah,
sheriff, and you got the sheriff announcing the sheriff next to
yeah,
the warrant dump truck, and it's just outside a pop saloon. And I'm sure, I bet if you read, he was probably a father, and it's just all these scenes being set and the staging. And this is just one, local news story. Just think about it. Just watch your local news. You'll see it too. There'll be the headline story, and then just right after that, there'll be some sad story right after that. Just pay attention, guys. This is what they do. There's a rhyme to what they do. They do the same thing repetitiously because that's psychology. The repetition, just think about it, apply it to the things you've learned through repetition. That's how a lot of people learn. And yeah, that's what it comes down to. This is subconscious programming, and you're going to go out into the world thinking that this is just how the world is. So when you see something happening, you'll either be numb to it or you'll be okay with it, or you'll just think it's another day because that's how you think the world is supposed to be. That's how you think the world operates. But no, it shouldn't. Just because you think that it should from the news doesn't mean that's how you should think about it in real life. There's, there's a disconnect that needs to happen from the screens to real life. And we all need to start applying how we, the good things more often than the fear and the psyops and the, acting from a place of high emotion and fear and being scared. And that's not going to get us anywhere. That's just going to get us deeper into the hole we're already digging for ourselves.
yeah. And with a story like this, I mean, it's the thing about it. It's as it's as disgusting as it is funny. I mean, it's sickening that you see a story like this, but it's just such a joke. I mean, sheriff, equaling 44, kill 44, and I mean, um, all the numbers. The boom being up on the dump truck. Just the box being up in the air, and he was at the asphalt plant. He was supposedly picking up asphalt, and this happens. I mean, um, and this is the type of thing that. Um, like I've said, I believe is most likely going on with like even my cousins, Brandon and Tyler. I'm sure it's the same exact stuff because all the numbers are there and nothing else is adding up. So you know, and I'm not saying that you know Daryl Sheriff isn't or wasn't a real person or that he's not dead. Um, that all very could be true. It could have been Daryl Sheriff that did die that was murdered, but again, people don't realize they don't see the takeover, like we were saying, of the news and in the takeover of these events. Um, because like I said, my cousin Brandon, in 2010, that was so long ago now, it's almost half my life ago. And, you know, people didn't catch that, see it, but I kind of did. Um, and then you see all the geometry and all the overlap and the crisscross um, and it's all there. And you look at Tyler, and it's the same exact thing, and both the stories don't make any sense. And Tyler, I don't have any information on. Brandon, like I said, I mean, there's no way you hit a tree at a high rate of speed. Um, you don't have there's not going to be an open casket funeral for that. You're going to be fucked up. You can't even show that. So for him to look completely normal and there not to be any trees there and signs there was a car there or anything there, or accident or tire tracks or marks or anything in the grass or field or just nothing. Um, and nothing to go off with Tyler. Then you see a story like this. I mean, you have to wonder how much of this is really going on. Um, how many people are really getting murdered. Like I said, I'm sure he probably is really probably did get murdered. He just happened to have a name sheriff, which is just bizarre. And then so they have to find the sheriff to mock you and set the whole thing up with the warrant and murder. But um, yeah, it's obvious, and you know, Daryl Sheriff, Austin, 78, 84, like Austin Jesuit. So you have all the numbers, you got to get a 47 in there for the week, because all the 47. So his name's got to be Daryl and it's got to have the 119, like 911, because to draw it up. And this is what they do. And, like I said, this to me is going to be the way of the future because if people don't catch it, don't see it. And like I'm calling out my cousins, calling out what I see, what it looks like, but people think it's, something else. Then you get this story, you don't know who this is going to be next and when they're going to do it next and when it's going to be. And people are going to just gloss right over it and just take it for face value when it needs to be evaluated, you know, as much as possible and looked into as far as deeply as you can go because these things are going to just keep happening and they're going to keep going and I believe they're going to be the way of the future. I mean, because if you really want to fuck with people and shake them up, I mean this is the way to do it because I mean people just don't even see this stuff, that it's just blindly. So to me this is then you have to wonder what else they're doing. What else don't we what do we really know they're doing, what do we really know is going on? So these are the stories that make you question everything. And, um, you know, this is going to be a way I think we're going to see more of these type of things become just over popular. Um, especially with the depopulation and then killing people, murdering people, getting rid of people. And, um, and then just to call it a story like this and, because then it just, fucks people up because, oh my God, what a terrible way he gets buried alive. You know what I mean? Oh, buried alive. What a terrible death. And, whether that's really what happened here or not, um, they got to imprint that in your mind. They have to get the suffrage out,
Mhm.
they have to get the pain out, so they have to traumatize you with that. Um, like I said, it's this from our perspective, it's funny and it's a joke, but to other people, it's they're going to take it as just a horrible tragedy. But the overall gist of it, it's just disgusting and just diabolical, um, despicable, really.
Completely agree. And yeah, in order for anything to really, you know, change, we're going to have to, people are going to have to actually, you know, work to change it. So, and see, what Zach has done, he's gone out there and met him, you know, there's no time to hide it. There's no time to cover it up. There's no time to say it's something else. And, there's the video right there. You can look it up. As far as I know, those videos are still up, potentially on 24, his last channel. But it's worth searching up and seeing the time, the Fred Meyer shooting down in or up in Washington near his house. He ran down there really quick and, you're able to see what these scenes are all about and how these scenes, unfold, and then what they tell you in the news. And, that needs to happen more often. It's like, I'd love, not that I'd want more crime, but, in this particular area, it's just like, whether it's a police scanner or something like that, and just get your GoPro, get your streaming device or whatever. Probably streaming is a better idea than something they can just delete or destroy before it's uploaded. But yeah, just stream it and just be like, hey, we're here. The news is talking about 6 dead, families distraught, but we got about 15 people all standing in a line with bottles of water that haven't shed a tear since I've got here. They all act like they don't know each other. They're all just hanging around. Cops are just standing over here. I haven't seen them enter or exit the building. That's just pointing it out to an audience to say, nobody wants. This is how they get you. This is that high emotion thing. Nobody wants to like question something like this because they're like, oh, and then what do they do with that whole Alex Jones, Sandy Hook crap? Look at what happens if you do. It's like you're gonna hit that one time. No, this one was real. This was real. Look, he went to court. Look what happens if you like say something wasn't real, and it's like, why are you entitled money if I say that you're? I don't care what I say. What if I said that your grandma deserved whatever happened to her? You what? I owe you money? I owe you money. What does that have to do with what I said? I don't get it. You can either say it back or not, or say whatever you want back to me, but I don't owe you money. Not that I like Alex Jones or anything like that. It's just like obviously I'm pretty high on the whole idea of setting precedent, and that's obviously what that was. These big time court cases and stuff like that. These are all about setting precedents, just like Trump's court cases. It's going to set a precedent the for officials, for elected officials to have sovereignty. That's what this is all about. This is all, this is, you get little hints of it like in other nations, and it's always been a ridiculous idea, like being a sovereign citizen. It's like we should be technically sovereign citizens, but like the true sovereign people are these people who can do whatever they want, and keep it pushing. You get to see it in like movies. Usually there's like a bad guy or the bad guy's son. He comes into your country and you just see him, wreak havoc, and there's nothing you can do to him and stuff like that. But in all reality, the sovereign people have been here all along. There are elected officials, quote unquote, are our leaders that we appoint pretend elections, and give our time, energy, and money to, and keep believing that they have our best interests at heart when that was never the deal. That was never the deal. Not one time did any of them come out and say all that. Yeah, they'll say it, but that won't be on any court documents that to that they're liable to have to help humankind in any way. That's not what politics is about. Never has been. Um, if anything, the original Constitution crap was at the very most a framework for something that maybe could have worked if we upheld it, but we're what's the point? What's the point of even bringing up the Constitution nowadays? We're so far away from that as an average human being. This is just it's wild, but I think we are going to end it on that kind of crazy note. But in my closing, I would say that we need to stop obviously believing everything you see on the TV. Learn, unlearn your emotional instant responses. Try your best to unlearn them. Like you'll see it benefit. Trust me. It's once you start being able to control your instant response in any way, you'll realize that it's replaced with a thought. Oh, you'll have a thought about what you should do, and that's always better than just reacting. You never want to be the reactor. You see it when you're every once in a while, like a scene breaks out at a bar or something like that, and if you're watching it, you're judging, and that person's crazy. That person's crazy. Well, I imagine everybody reacts in certain ways themselves, and I'm sure they have their own ticks that are just as embarrassing or whatever. And it's just at the very least it'll keep you from those situations, and at the most you'll wake the fuck up and stop lending your thoughts, mind, energy, money, all et cetera, to these systems that only want to keep you as the shit at the bottom of their boot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more because that's where it's at. I mean, people got to ask why every 4 years there's a selection every 4 years during a leap year. People don't even ask the simple, basic questions, and that's where it has to start. Because in my opinion, 2025, it's looking like it's going to be very well probably going to be or could be the worst year we've ever had. Um, and if people don't, do something about it, we're going to have to, deal with it and, going forward. And like I said, I mean, it's so hard for me to see another selection at this point where things are, and getting to 2029 because you know Trump can't obviously run again because he'd be out of terms. But then again, they can just bend the rules whenever they want. And they showed you they can. They can manipulate things and change things whenever they want, however they want to make it whatever they want. So you know, with whatever they do. I mean, whether it's between two different women, Republican, Democrat, or something. I mean, whatever they're going to do, wherever it's going to be by that time, you know, I think we're in a completely different place than we are now, and it's just going to come down to people to rise up and stop it. People to just I mean, like I said, I don't think it's going to be the civil war like they say, but I mean, it could be the Trumpers versus us or something stupid like that, however they want to turn people on each other, because they already have, the man and woman divide, and, all the other divides and the division. And it's just going to keep going. I mean, unless people just, find a way to just put an end to it. But, um, at this point, that remains to be seen because, with what's coming, they've already told you. And, uh, I think the biggest thing is, we have to watch to see where we are by inauguration day and see what happens, by early 2025, and uh, where we are by April, May. Because like I said, we might get the event, in 2027. We don't know. And we all know, the 5Gs is going to keep going, the surveillance and, them watching us and, uh, you know, micromanaging every little step. So that's not going to change. And, um, the 5G, the technology, the surveillance is going to keep, they're just going to keep violating us more and more. So there's nothing to hide there. I mean, disease X, transhumanism is just going to keep exploding. People are just going to keep changing. They're just going to make people crazier and more out of touch with the world. Um, they might do disease X or something, there might be something like that. So, I mean, to me, it's kind of it's really anything can happen to me at this point. Like, I feel like they can kind of take it any way they want. But to me right now, I think things are quiet because they're probably, finalizing which way they kind of want to go with things for that final push. Because to me, that's where it's coming down to. It's just like, are people just gonna, let it continue on, or because these stories, like I said, especially with the sheriff here, are just going to keep coming. And uh, I think this is going to be the way of the future, like I said, because, and I think the biggest thing too is like I said, it's going to be AI, because the internet, and I believe the internet will be going away soon too. That's another thing too. I'll end with was the internet going away. I think the internet's going to be going away at some point, or what we know of the internet. And that's going to be another huge final transformation, with the transhumanism and this trans agenda, and whatever they make of that, and wherever we are, like I said, the weather warfare, all that's going to continue on, get worse. Um, Everything else is going to continue to fester, like I said. And people so distracted with Trump and stuff, they don't even see um, the things very closely on the horizon. And you know, Trump read the snake poem for a reason. I was a snake when you took me in, and now he's supposedly coming back, but it's like he never really left. So to me, that's the big key. Is this, to me, has to be a worse presidency, or at least equivalent to 2021, 2017 through 2020, if not worse this time. And you know, I think that's where it's at, and it's just going to be up to people. to just kind of have to put a stop to it and put an end to it, and fight back, push back, whichever way they possibly can, because uh, the agenda is just so multifaceted, and they just attack from just every angle. So people are just going to have to be ready and prepared and just do whatever they can. Really, I mean, that's kind of what I see it. For us, I think sitting here, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, and like I said, people, if there was more people out pounding pavement stuff and coming together, to go against this, we'd be winning, and that's where we're losing. But that's where we just have to find more people, or people that are, you know, going to do something about it, or someone's going to have to come up with it some way to make a comeback, because that's what it comes down to now. We just have to find a way to make a comeback against these people at all cost, and um, it's really up to us to figure out how to make the comeback, and or if there is a comeback, if we can make a comeback, that's the big thing. Can we do it, and if so, how do we do it? And organizing that and getting that uh, is going to be the final step for us in the near future, I would say, and I think that's all we can really do for now.
Well put. And yeah, it's sad that we're where we're at, and in 2024, and what you said just now wasn't like already half done. Like there's not already huge groups doing this, but we won't give up. We'll hold out hope as usual, and we will, try to be that light to at least get this, this thing sparked, and a real movement started in whatever way that manifests moving forward. But I had a blast, good time with you, buddy, and I'll catch you next week. Which, by the way, I think potentially maybe either going over some of the agendas through, maybe the simulations, or the, just, pinpointing things on the agendas next week, or maybe going further into transhumanism, digital currency that we've been kind of putting on the back burner. Uh, what are your thoughts, real quick?
Yeah, those are really good subjects. Digital currency, the transhumanism, all the agendas. Um, Maybe we'll get into a couple other things too, regarding, maybe like what we think might just be happening in just like the year 2025. Like because I think, too, if we do get some Biden death or something, who knows? There could be something, a lot major before inauguration. So I think that's going to be something we'll keep, chipping away at too, because we're just going to keep getting these stories every single day. I mean, they're never going away at this point. You know what I mean?
Very true. It just ramps up, and the longer we let it go, the further it goes. So yeah, we'll catch whoever checks us out next week, and look forward to hearing from you guys. I'll put the banner up real quick. Should It'll have our email on there. Feel free to email topics, ideas. Just hit us up about whatever. Drop your comments in the comments section. What we should talk about. What you thought about the episode. Future episodes. Past episodes. What you ate for dinner. And yeah, we'll catch you next week. Later.
Peace.